All right, all you cheapskates better pony up for that stone now.
How much do we need to give for that?
I think we paid off like over
We
half.
paid 250.
Paid
No, 300,
250.
right? Because
You paid
Dune.
250,
Okay, perfect.
and you are putting another 250 in.
250. Okay.
Yeah, because I remember Dune accidentally said twice that he put 50 gold. That's why I got a bit confused.
Mhm.
Maybe
I-
it was
I
250 or
put-
300.
Yeah, I put a bit in. I think Harry paid one, I paid one, and Dune paid 50.
Yeah, I paid 50.
I paid 50 as well.
Oh, you paid 50?
Yeah.
Because Harry wouldn't shut up about paying things, so I put my 50 in.
Yeah, both me and Dune put 50. So if both
I
of
put
you and Harry
100.
did put 100,
Yeah, I thought
then
you
it-
paid 100, I paid 100.
then it
Yeah,
would
because I got tired of you guys bickering. I'm like,
Then
fine, here's
it-
100. I'm
then it
paid.
would be 300 because I subtracted those 50. So either we recount it or
Yeah.
because I'm pretty sure I removed 50 from my inventory and placed it.
Because it was Park, Solo, Dan, and I. Because Park and Solo put down 100, and then me and Dan put down 50.
Yeah.
Do we get any X from that arena fight?
Sorry, is that for me?
Is that something that happened? No, I was just curious if we got XP from that arena fight.
Oh yeah, of course you got XP from that fight.
I'd probably
Just not
have
handing it out just now.
Somehow
you're
I
handing-
knew
okay.
KB would be the one to ask that.
Never fails, brother. Never
So it's
fails.
KB.
Am I level 6 yet? Am I level 6 yet?
Oh, I'm getting so
When would I be
close.
level 6?
Suddenly the professor grows dumber and he loses experience for some reason.
I don't know. He was pretty dumb to begin with.
Everything he loses in
Yeah.
his intelligence goes into his strength, slowly reversing his roles from a intelligent being to a brute.
Didn't he lose a finger?
No,
I think.
tip of a pinky.
Oh, you lost. Okay.
That was beyond my control.
Mm-hmm.
You tried your best.
Oh, you could have used
Exactly.
not done what you did.
You tried his best. Quit being mean.
Fair enough.
All in
fair
the
enough.
dice. It's all in the dice.
Uh-huh.
Then
Yes.
you should see in the roll 20 the letter you found within the blue ornate balls.
I don't. Oh, there it is. It just popped up.
I believe I covered most of the messages. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah.
Stuff.
All right. And okay. So if everyone is here, do a quick little run through. Daisy,
Yellow.
Dune,
Yo.
Olive,
Yeah, still here.
Adwin, Professor.
He's thinking, Owen wasn't even in this campaign. What do you mean? Oh, wait.
Wrong one.
Yeah. Vannon, while he's
Yes.
busy. And Harry.
Yep.
Dude, this is-
Okay. Yes, you can, Vannon. So you're doing that during the downtime, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I will send you the details on that for 1 second. Quick little recap. The group have found themselves getting some information and ranking up within their respective factions, heading over to Windspear. After gaining some information and gathering some secrets of their own, the
How's it
group
going,
have
Jamie?
found themselves entering the place known as the Arena of Champions. After encountering the front desk attendant known as Porky,
Great fellow.
the group found out that they could not bring in their magical items into the arena, finding that only their skill and their creativity could bring them a victory. After finding no other opponents for Corgo the Void the Warp Rider, and his Warp Beast, the group decided to join in with the prize of 75 gold, as well as 2 potions, a greater and normal healing potion.
Yeah, I forgot
After
about
a
that.
very fine bit of creative ingenious from the entire group, bolstering some of the crowd to get bonuses, while others use more ingenious tactics to get an advantage in the fight. The group, victorious, headed their way back out, finally making their way to the front of the arena, seeing that most of which are starting to slowly begin to make their way out, as the last fight was rather quick. Group getting their rewards, and now left to their own business for the next 3 days, unless they have anything else they wish to do.
I am putting
So-
I
the
got nothing.
I am putting the shield, the normal shield, back in the bag of holding. So
Okay.
put that there.
I have a present for Olive.
Ooh.
Oh.
Olive, how would you like to have a scroll of shield?
Um.
I think you're the only other person who can cast it, is why.
Yeah, I can use it. I mean, what, you don't want it?
Well, I can. I have the spell now, so
Oh,
I created another scroll for it.
yeah, I could probably find a use for that.
So you can still
What do
use
you
it as a
want?
reaction.
What do you want for it?
25 gold.
Oh,
That's how much it took cost me to make it.
kind of saving up for something.
Yeah, you can just have it. I don't care.
Oh, thanks.
That was easy.
He drives a hard bargain.
Deal.
Yep.
So if we find Silas, give me 30 seconds with him before you kill them.
You know what? I'll agree to that.
Okay. So you have a shield, scroll shield.
Yep. Spell scroll. Shield is level 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why it only costs $25 to make.
That's a bargain.
You have a
I
hard
know it is.
bargain there, sir. But you got yourself a deal.
If you find a ring of spellstorm, I can store some shield in there and give it to Dune so you can be invincible.
I
too.
would love that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I
That'd
mean,
be really good
A
for
ring
you.
of spell storing could hold a lot of healing. Just saying.
That's such a good magic item. I love Ring
It
of
really
Spells.
is.
I remember being told that that item is underutilized. I'm like,
It's
how? It's
super
so good.
underappreciated.
Like,
Everyone's
so
like,
good.
oh, it doesn't give me a +1 to my AC and my saving throws. It's useless.
It's 5 extra level 1 spells. Like, are you insane?
Yeah, I want to get a +1/+1, but I can get a fucking shield spell that I can use whenever I want.
I can either give you a max of 11 HP from a distance, or if I had for like 15 up close. Like, you're telling me that's not insane? Like,
Exactly.
you see that cliff? Jump over it.
Go ahead and continue on. If you are wishing to do anything within Windspear, please give me a heads up.
Oh, I forgot to buy the herbalism kit. Can I buy that?
You can certainly look around.
I will. While looking for that other thing I told you I would look around for a certain someone.
Going over to the mast, which is the main bazaar of the continent. You do know that the mast does have a lot of trade as well as the items that you are looking for.
Okay.
So you said that you were looking for, what was the first one again?
The herbalism kit.
The herbalism kit, gotcha. Your herbalism kit will taught you. Oh, different one. Oh, there it is. You'll find yourself at a small apothecary, one of the nearby tents that you can see. A small gnomish female will look up at you. Grass and vines going through the blonde hair will hold out the herbalism kit. That will be 5 gold pieces, dear.
I will give her 5 and say thank you, love the hair, and dip out the door.
She'll smile. Oh, thank you. Make your way out. You do see some very fine pieces of meat that you definitely catch your eye on some of the other stores. One does seem to shine a little bit more in the sunlight than some of the others.
I go and ask how much for that one.
This one here will be another 3 gold. It's a very fine piece of meat, dear.
I put 3 gold.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you, good sir. And I head on over to the cricket.
All right. Anyone
I
else?
will look for Harry once I arrive to the cricket.
And we finished our training entirely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, that means we're okay for everybody to take a long rest at the end of the 3 days, right? All right now.
Oh yeah, can we rest? I'm exhausted. I'm still kind of beat up.
I
from
was
that
wondering
day.
about if we can go and get that long rest and speed.
You can get a long rest in, yes.
Sweet. Thank you.
Nice. But assume that we lose the temp HP from the arena that we had too.
Yes.
Okay.
And this was a short rest or a long rest? Sorry, just double check.
This is a long rest.
Before we leave Windspear, I was going to see if there's any good places to get a dice game in.
You certainly can.
About to suggest something like that.
You do see that there is a fine amount of taverns within the. Hold on, let me double check something here.
Sure.
I need to send this to someone. You are looking for either the Wild Wisp, which is the local entertainment district, which is where the Colosseum is, as well as the Corydissian, which is the more common folk town, which is to the north. You have a feeling that both of those areas are going to be your most likely chance of getting some money.
I'm sorry, what was the first one?
That would be the Wild Wisp.
That's a great name. I love that.
The Wild Wisp is the large entertainment district of Windspear. It is also the current faction house of Valtine, the Storymaker, and the Harpers.
Well, that sounds like where that's the money's at, but the Harpers are tricky sons of people.
You know the Corydissian, which is Draconic for the home of the common, is the local district for the Lord's Alliance. Mostly just common folk there, but you have a feeling that most of the tradespeople and most of the people that have a fair amount of money and would actually gamble a fair amount of that money would either be in one of those two districts. especially at your pay grade.
Yeah, I want to look for a pretty decent game. Man, between the Harpers and the Lords Alliance, probably the Lords Alliance isn't going to be as observant. Harpers are tricky, so yeah, I'll go to the. What did you say, the Coridician?
The Goradisine.
Yeah.
You find yourself at a nearby tavern known as the Stone Table. You see sitting at the far end what looks to be a construct of sorts. Mechanical stone and metal covering most of the entirety of the figure, wearing what seems to be a well-suited jacket and vest, suit, tie all the way up to the top. And you can see what seems to be very well etched the front, what looks to be a very well twirled mustache.
Fancy.
I went to Disney, and this is the Fungineers.
Woo!
You can see that most of this tavern is filled with merchant folk, traders. You can see the occasional greasy hand of a miner and blacksmith here and there. However, these are mostly just common folk, people that are just like working hands, such and such. And you can see that there is a dice game and a card table sitting at the far end.
Yeah, I want to observe the dice game for a couple minutes, see if I can get some insight on the players, see if they seem easy fish or if somebody's actually bringing some heat.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an insight check, please.
Sure. I'm gonna throw a d6 on that. I really want to know. Nice, 16.
16. You can see sitting at this dice table, they are playing King's Gambit, which you have played before. It is the familiar 12-sided die, 8-sided die, and 6-sided die. You can see that one individual seems to definitely have most of the coins on his side of the table. One of them seems to be like on his last few silvers. And the last, who seems to be rather confident, yet has like a rather like midway set of gold and silvers at their side.
All right, I'll sit down for at least a game. After sizing them up, silver guy's probably going bye-bye soon, so.
Right. So, coming up and setting your dice onto the table. Three of them, the silver individual, looking mostly like a dragonborn. However, the more draconic nature has fallen back to more serpentine. The side of the head more curled out like a python's in a natural sense.
Can I do a
You've
quick
seen these
retcon?
guys. Sure.
Before I sit down, I want to cast Comprehend Languages on myself.
Okay.
All right, then I'll observe them and then I'll take my seat.
Okay. You know that the individual currently just grasping a few silver. This is a creature you've met before, just once or twice, and they're rather rare in this scenario. This is Yuanti.
Okay.
The individual that's got the medium stack is a smaller halfling individual. Black hair, hooded, does not look like Silas. This is more of a darker skinned individual. Busted nose, clearly has been in a fight once or twice in here. However, you do notice that both hands have full sets of fingers.
All right.
The last individual, the one that it seems to be cashing in, is a darker purple looking tiefling. More infernal in nature than you've seen tieflings in the past, more leaning towards the devilish side than the human. A lot larger, a set of heavy leather armor covering most of his form. However, has a very wide grin on his face as you sit down.
Can't tell if the grin is for elation or for show.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
I'll leave it.
All right. He seems very confident right now. He is looking around, clearly has seen this Yuan Ti lose way too much gold tonight, and is more than eager to take more from them, as well as anyone else who sits at the table.
All right. Now, during my time of observing them, would I? We'll get to it later. But yeah, I'll go ahead and join. Hey, so what's the starting buy-in? King's Gambit, right?
Yes, that is the game. Yes, that is the game. Would you like to join us?
Oh, if you don't mind, I will. Of course, you fine gentlemen.
As long as this game does not end with me losing my coin, I am fine with another edition.
You see the Yuan Ti looking relatively pissed off, clearly, having a lot more coin at the start of this game than he currently has. So you are proficient in dice games and in this particular King's Gambit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In that case, you can go ahead and roll. And if you would like to try and capture anything on their end, you're free to do so.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I was gonna bring up is the time I spent watching them. I was wondering if I maybe picked up any tells or anything that could help. But we won't wait until the game starts.
Yeah,
D12, right?
and that's your item. D12 to start us off, please.
Yikes. And I forgot, it's the highest total, right? Or is it to a specific 21?
So it is the highest total. If you go over 21, you bust.
Mm-hmm.
However, you basically roll the d12, place your bets, and usually you have to match everyone else's bet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get away with re-rolling this.
Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check, please.
And we're gonna add a d6 to that. I don't have any bonuses for being proficient in dice, right?
You being proficient allows you to make these rolls.
Fair enough. All right, I'll take it.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
you needed.
You quickly switch the d12 and are able to switch to another number. Go ahead and re-roll.
Yeah. Perfect. That's what we're looking for.
Everyone rolls their first dice. You see the Yuan Ti place down 5 silvers.
How many's he got left behind him? Like one?
You can see that the Yuan Ti. Hold on, let me give you some actual stats here. Actually, give me a perception check.
I'm terrible at those. Of course. 16.
All right. So with that, you get to know how much everyone's currently rocking.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Perfect. That's the kind of bankroll I was looking
Mhm.
for.
Keep in mind, they're also able to leave the table whenever they want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll call. If it's my up, I'll just leave it at 5 silver.
All right. The halfling will double the bet and bring up to 10. Tiefling will follow. Yuan-Ti will sigh and throw down another 5.
All right, yeah, we'll bring it up. Or we'll call.
Okay. So, bringing it up to 1 gold. Go ahead and roll your second dice, which will be a D8.
Okay.
Right.
We're leaving. We're good. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it.
Okay. At this point, everyone will look around, and you can double your bets at this point to essentially get your D6. The
Yeah. Am I getting
Yuan-Ti
a feel
will
from
double.
anybody?
Yuan-Ti immediately throws the 10 silvers in the middle to roll their D6.
Mm-hmm.
The halfling looks skeptical. The tiefling seems to be watching the table.
Tiefling's kind of watching how I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Now, can I do more than double?
You can.
And is there a
Yes.
round
So
of
you can
betting
force.
after the D6 drops?
No.
Okay.
At that is where everyone reveals.
Yeah, let's bump it up to 10 gold.
10 gold. Yuan-Ti just throws the dice to the side. This just stands up, takes the remaining 5 silvers that he has, and starts making his way out the tavern. The halfling will begrudgingly take back the silvers and place for 10 gold.
Mm-hmm.
The tiefling will look over, push the 10 gold forwards without an issue.
Yeah, figured. All right, so D6.
Mm-hmm.
So I should be at 15. Yeah, I can 21 this. Or I can 16 this. 16's still pretty good. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll try and keep it. Do I want to keep it?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll keep it. Yeah, there's no more betting, so.
Yep. Interesting. Let's take a look what they roll.
I need a charlatan die, man. That's what I need.
So, rolling a d12 for the halfling. D8 and a d6
Nice.
for a 15, which is a fail on her end. So
Mhm.
that's a success on yours. The tiefling.
Oh, you. Oh, that's okay so far. He just has to not roll.
Yes.
Just roll a 0. You just have to roll. Oh my
17.
gosh. Oh.
Will smile over towards you as the dice are revealed under your cups. Will drag the 10 gold from your side, put it over to his.
So, do you realize that the 3 people who left were 15, 16, 17?
Mm-hmm. Halfling size. Yuan-Ti's gone. Tiefling just sits there, arms crossed. Another game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta get my money back. And the rest of yours.
You need your money back. I need mine. Fuck this shit. I'm all in. Halfling pushes all of her gold forwards.
100? 110? What's that? I look over at the tiefling, kind of in a little bit aghast.
He just smiles. Darling, if you wish for me to take your gold again, I am all than willing to do so. I will beat you this time, and you will not stop me. This is gonna be my night.
I'm waiting. Does the tiefling join, or are they waiting on me?
Oh yeah, the
Oh.
tiefling looks over, pushes forward 110 gold. Well, I'm all for one for gambling. Let's have a little go at it, shall we?
I can't turn this down. The pot odds are too good. But man, that would really put me behind. Yeah, I'm in.
Okay,
110.
110 gold.
Oh, this will be so good. Okay, yep. I got one roll
Oh.
left on my D6, so. Yep.
330 gold pieces pots. Go ahead and roll your D12, please.
Solid. Solid. Yeah, I'll keep it.
Give me an insight check, please.
Not at just normal roll, right?
Would you have advantage?
Only if the DM is kind.
Give me a perception check.
I'm terrible at that.
Nope, just a normal roll.
Fair enough. 11.
11. Gonna do a hit and roll back here. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna get some actual dice back here. Interesting. You notice in the corner of your eye the tiefling's pinky finger beginning to move over to his dice and try and tilt it over.
Oh, he's got a.
Gonna call him out.
Yeah. I thought this was I thought we were having a nice, clean, fun game, sir.
You see him freeze for a moment. You see the pinky just slowly lift off the dice and remain at the same number as it was before. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. We're playing a perfectly good game. What you're talking about?
For now, we are.
The halfling looks over between both of you, like narrowing her eyes at this point. Go ahead and roll your d8.
That's 14. Oh, that's still above average. That's pretty solid. I'll hold.
Hold.
Yeah, I'll hold. I still got a D6 coming.
The tiefling will look over at the halfling, look over at you. Well, we still need to double our bet after all.
Oh. Right. Yeah.
He's gonna push forward another 110 and just stare at you.
Yeah, if I lose this, I'm down. I have 2 gold left. Yeah. The
But don't
other,
lose forehead.
I have 105 gold and then 10 electro to make up the remaining 5.
Is this after putting in the original 110?
Yeah, I have 200
Okay.
in all added up together. I have 222 gold total, but it's 215 gold, 13 electrum, 6 silver, 6 copper. But yeah.
Okay. So, the halfling does not roll the d6 because she doesn't have the money.
hmm
However, the tiefling will.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, how else am I gonna get all your money?
Go ahead and roll your d6.
Oh, see, that's freaking 17. That's a solid number. But I can't guarantee that my sleight of hand is going to be worth it. Because I only have a +1 to sleight of hand. Plus, I can add a d6. All right, you know what? I'm going to try. Well, because none of my dice were bad. If they were bad. You know, we're just going to do this. Okay, as a DM, I can't add my d6 to anything other than a skill check, right? So I wouldn't be able to add this to anything.
You'd be able to add the d6 to one of your insight or perception rolls,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
no, not to this.
yeah.
This is not a skill check.
Yeah. Like 17's a solid number. Because 26, that's well above half of 13. You know what? We're gonna keep it because I don't trust my sleight of hand right now.
Okay,
17's a solid number.
so I'm gonna go ahead and roll for the halfling,
Yeah.
which is a normal roll.
I like it.
That's
Oh,
rough,
geez.
They're
champ.
already out. They can't.
Yeah,
do
that's
it.
rough.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that's rough
No, I
for the
I
halfling.
needed the tiefling to roll that.
That's
Oh,
rough.
this is the thing. So the D12, depending on what you rolled on Insight, actually, if you called it out, you would have recognized that that D12 was a 2.
Oh. Okay,
So,
that's solid.
oh, that's
Easy game.
not great.
They can't win.
That's game. Yeah.
Ooh.
Throwing down the dice, just
550
looking
gold
over,
pot.
just staring at you. The halfling just like shrugs her shoulders. Guess it's not my night, but it's not yours either, fucker. Have fun.
Oh, and
Just
now
like goes off.
Jesus.
hold on. I'll call out. Hey, halfling. I didn't catch your name, but if they're your friend, you might want to watch their pinky finger next time.
The name is Lou, and he's no friend of mine. He's been taking my gold since I got here.
She just starts making her way back up the stairs. The tiefling does not say another word, just stares.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Don't worry. I won't be in town for long. You can keep having your fun in this town, but next time you see myself or anyone else of the grave undertakings, watch your fingers. Because I will be watching yours. And you enjoy your day.
Not another word. Silence, a burning rage behind the eyes of an infernal being that is relatively pissed at losing.
So they had 110 plus 110 plus 110. So 330 from their side, right?
It was
Or no, it
no,
was
it was
all of the
220.
halfling.
It was just the halfling, so it was 220 from the tiefling and 110 from the halfling.
Yeah, so 330 total.
330 total.
Nice.
And that was to make things all nice and even, that was all in gold, or
That was all in gold.
okay, so I'll
Hell
add that in
yeah.
gold. And then I'll take my leave. I'll throw a gold piece on the table for the tiefling. And then give him a wink. And then I'm gonna go to the bartender or the innkeeper.
The automatronic individual will look over at you. Yes, how can I help you, my dear lady?
Yes, there's a wonderful halfling. I think he said his name was Lou. Is he staying here?
Ah, yes, Lou. I remember Lou. She is quite the fine patron.
Oh, she. My apologies. Um, and I'll hand the automaton 25 gold. Can you make sure that Lou gets this?
25 gold, of course. Would you like me to put a message in there for you?
Um, to Watching Fingers.
To watching fingers, you see the energy inside the eyes dim for a moment as if recollecting and storing the message inside his head before relighting again. The message will be delivered along with the gold. Anything else I can help you with?
No, that'll be all for me. Thank you.
Excellent. You have a wonderful day.
You two. Fine establishment, by the way.
Thank you.
And I'll walk out and make my way back to the cricket.
All right. Making your way back. It is a quiet night, apart from the occasional distant sound of thunder. Anything else for the night? Or the next coming days?
That's all I had.
All right.
I would go and knock on Harry's door
What time is it right now?
in the morning, not at
Oh,
night.
in the morning. Okay. That's what I was trying
Yeah.
to figure out there. If I hear the knock on my door and I'm not asleep, I guess I would get up and answer it. If it's like early morning, I might have been like sitting at the desk nearby, like working on some drawing plans.
Yes, Daisy, as you open the door, you can see the first time Harry's workshop within the cricket. Mostly a small storeroom aside from the two dwarves that you have encountered before, Tara and Tobin. However, there is a nice little open window at the side of the wall of the ship where you can see the light comes in. A simple desk and a small miniature forge can be seen in the corner of the room.
Interesting room, Harry.
I mean, I I mean it's what I need, what I use.
Yeah. So
I don't really think it's that interesting.
well,
Wait, they have a curse short.
so I wanted to apologize about being a bitch to you about a week and a half ago. You know,
Harry just blankly looks at you like, when was that?
oh, you know, outside Freya's shop twice a while ago.
You mean the thing before I trusted you to like watch me so I don't die, and we worked together, and we beat all the bad guys that we had to get, got our bounties, and all the stuff that like would build up a lot of trust.
Yeah.
Clearly, under the bridge, just water flowing along. Doesn't matter.
Well, anyways, and I reached into my bag. I wanted to give you
Oh, God.
this.
No, joking.
Don't worry, it's not poison. And I pull out a wrapped item. Since it's morning, it might be enjoyable. You'll have to cook it first, though.
So you saw him like puzzly looking at the cloth like covered object, and you said cook it. And now he's really confused. Like what? He reaches out to grab it.
You see a very, very fine cut of meat.
Huh. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, you did say you did like steak, so I did go around looking for it this morning. So I hope you do enjoy it.
Well,
And
you
again,
didn't have to, but I thank you very
sorry.
much.
Well,
And again, it's
it
nothing to
weighs
worry.
off my conscience. Then Daisy will walk out the door. See you later, Harry.
See ya. Harry just kind of standing at the door, holding the slab of meat, just like this is my profession at all. Do I know anybody that would know how to cook the steak well?
Probably Terra.
Okay then. I kind of will accept it and go in. Do I have any place in here that might keep it remotely cold?
You do know that Tobin does carry a bag on him that does have it has the qualities of allowing things to stay remaining cool as well as remaining stored.
Ah, yes, the ice blocks enchantment, of course.
Mhm.
I guess with that case, I'll take and like roll up the drawings and stuff that I have, like the scrolls of whatever designs I was working on, guns or weaponry or crazy ideas with TNT launching blast rock cannons with propellers. We're not gonna talk about those. That's all for me. Put those away in my bag, and I guess we'll head out for Torben.
All right. You take a step outside of your workshop, and Tobin and Tara are both working away at their own personal project at the moment, currently working at what seems to be a very pristine looking warhammer. At the front, on either side, what seem to be goat-like ram heads adorned on either side. Very dwarven in make, but you do recognize small runes of enchantment beginning to be etched within the handle itself.
Um, I'll kind of approach Torben, kind of give a cough to get his attention.
Where are you?
I need you to comment that out for me really quick. I'm sorry.
What?
Above board, I literally don't understand what you said. I need you just.
I said hello, Curry.
Ah, hi, Torben.
Hi, how can I help you?
Well, that's just it. I wanted to see if I could help you guys. I've been training, getting a little bit better at the forging, and think I've gotten pretty good. And I want to know if I could maybe offer some assistance with whatever you guys are forging, and maybe help out someone.
Tobin's gonna look back. Tara will return the gaze.
Sorry, dear, but this particular piece is more. Well, it's custom made by
A royal, noble folk from the north. We'd rather not mess up. Rather important situation here, dear. Very, very taxing and very, very tedious.
Oh,
However, there are plenty of other projects that you can help us with.
Why? Were you wanting something to do?
I'm just trying to help out, and I don't know. I thought
You
we
know,
could.
you don't need to help us, darling. We've been taking care of ourselves long enough, but we do appreciate the honest efforts. Perhaps there is something that you could find for us. She'll look over at Tobin, giving a slight nod as he narrows his eyes at her.
Yes, I think there might be something you could find.
What would that be?
Well, a particular piece of material has been rather hard to acquire as of late. As it so happens, the supply ship that had that material coming to us, apparently, was taken and destroyed. The contents of that ship have been procured by others, it seems. And I would like this material back in our possession so we could complete this piece.
Okay, I would need to know exactly what material is so I can go get it. I don't have an issue.
Well, the ship was taken over a couple of, maybe a week or so ago. Was heading towards respite from Windspear, however, was intercepted, and the crew as well as the contents have gone missing. We're not exactly fond of that, given our nature at the HDM, and we would like that to discontinue.
Harry, give me a history check, please.
There's roll the dice and it hits sticks. Doesn't even roll.
You do remember the one time that you have seen a pirate ship essentially intercept a vessel, and it does make around the same time that you are transporting a dead Olive back to respite. During your trip from the encounter to the north, you moved across the sky with your beacon stone, encountering a battle amongst the seas, seeing one ship succeed in the encounter and the other fall and slowly subside within the water.
Okay. Does this seem like that might actually be where the supplies were? Not.
You
Didn't you
get
say
a
like?
recollection that was the only time that you've encountered a interception of a pirate ship.
Okay. From any knowledge I have, do I know if the pirates are good enough at recovery to actually be able to get a significant amount of loot, or are we going underwater mostly here?
He's gonna look back at Tara.
Very likely, the pirates are going to take whatever they see fit, materials and individuals included, so it's more than likely you'll find yourselves with them. I'm not entirely sure if under the water would be the best option for anyone at this time.
I was just unsure if they'd be able to recover anything from the ship. If it sunk with it, then they might still be there. But if you believe they could have recovered it and gotten anybody or anything off the ship, then that's where we'll be looking then.
Very well. Thank you, Harry, darling. Now, were you wanting something to eat before you head off?
Uh, well, I was gonna try to help you, and then maybe we could have food together. And Harry will pull out the slab of meat. I thought maybe we could.
Putting out the very pristine looking marbled steak in front of you, she will just eyes widen for a moment.
Oh, that's a very nice piece of meat. Would be
Yeah,
horrible to put into a stew. A massive waste. I can think of something.
yeah. Thought
I'll fix you up. Don't worry.
I figured we
She'll
could have it together.
quickly take it. Yes, of course. You have a proper idea that this steak is probably going to be suited for one meal,
I know. I figured we could
and
maybe split it among like ourselves and have it with like as a an option with like some other what the hope was.
uh, they will help you with small little bits of your project, and you will help them throughout the hours. As dinner time comes around, you'll find that Tara has presented you with a very fine marbled steak. She has cut a small piece for herself and Tobin, however, has allowed you to have the multitude of it.
So what you're saying, like 2/3 and a third?
Pretty much.
Yeah, like I would like to share it. want more. I'd be more than happy.
You are sharing. Eat, Harry.
There.
You will have your meal. It is a very fine steak. The meat melts off the tongue. As soon as it reaches it, it is a fine taste. And with the condiments and the additions that Tara has provided, it is one of the best meals you've had in a very long time.
Harry will remember this. Days gets a little pop up +1 reputation with the Harry faction.
Hell yeah.
As the group begins to dwindle off, Professor. KB.
He's
Oh,
dead.
yeah, I think
He's dead.
KB,
Or
if you're
muted.
talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
He's dead, muted, and
Yep, he's
deafened.
dead. Yeah, there you go.
That's a combination, eh?
That's a hard shame.
Mm-hmm.
He would have gotten that +3 AC he wanted.
I guess that will happen another night.
Wait, I'm sorry. Sorry. What was
There
the
he
last
is.
one I was
Oh,
trying to
here
do?
we go.
Apologies, I came in really quick.
There we go. Okay.
Sorry.
He's
I
been
apologize.
resuscitated. He's
Yes.
alive.
Back from the dead.
You, Professor, you awake from your slumber, not
Yep.
from restless nights, but however, instead, a voice.
Okay. Hello?
Professor, it is recommended that you head towards the north.
Okay. Do I see where this voice is coming from?
You look around, you see mostly just crew members of other parts of the HDM. Apart from that, you do not see anyone that is currently talking to you as the voice again appears in the back of your head.
Okay. Just north of town? You just want me to leave the ship and go north? I'm saying this as I'm like getting up.
I suggest you head towards the north if you know what is good for you and your family.
Okay, will do. I will get dressed, get all my effects, leave the ship, and start walking north.
You head north, moving up past the sandstone buildings of the Corydicean, moving past the Lord's Alliance, a few militiamen and squadron passing on by. At this time of night, most people are out. It is completely dark. The moon is coming up to maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. However,
Okay.
you continue on. The chill of the air starting to hit. You passed on through, hitting the vine-like branches of the tree that slowly rises into the clouds in the air. The same pinkish-like snow blossoms and cherry blossom-like leaves, giving that pinkish-like aura above you.
Beautiful night. Yeah.
As you begin to move further north, you can see the green begin to fade as you see a large wall beginning to span across the northern side. Ballistae at the ready, patrolling men moving back and forth as you can see in front of you the large gates.
Okay.
It is then that you hear the voice no longer in your head, but directly behind you.
I will spin around to see who it is.
You look back and see a familiar, dark, feathered, yellow-eyed Kenku.
Good Lord, you get around quick.
I'll be right back, guys.
Oh shit!
Ah, hell.
Bum,
Dude,
bum, bum, bum.
I was like,
Wow.
I knew something was gonna happen, so I have like music I like to put for these situations. I'm like, oh no, the defeat. So yeah, so I've had that plan for like a month or a half. Like I was like waiting for the moment we reached Windspear.
To what? Give him meat?
Yeah.
Sure.
it,
Alright.
it was in Daisy's consciousness. Like, yeah, no, I was being a bitch. So I'll give him his favorite food.
Hectic, stop being poor.
You know what? I can't help that.
And you're not going to use a shield, right?
No.
He's from the desert.
That sucks.
Either I gave 50 to pay for the stone, so I had 50 more than that.
Did you add what we got from the arena?
Yeah,
All right.
I'm still flat broke.
Mm.
Well, at least you have.
No, your D&D broke. Like, as far as
You are
gold, you
rich
have a
in
lot
normal
of
standards.
gold.
Yeah, like if you look at the lifestyles, you'll notice you're very well off.
Your character could retire today and never work another day in his life.
That's fair.
Yeah,
And still
Like-
party pretty hard.
like Daisy is a noble. She's used to
Mhm.
money, but she's not used to having to handle her own money. So she's like, "Well, this is a lot of money."
Yeah. I'm trying to save up for 2 items at the moment.
We're trying to save up for.
Mm, I'll tell you one thing I'm saving up for. One thing I'm saving up for some armor to put on, because Lord, I need some.
No.
Well, it would be medium armor that gives you the +2 dex.
Yeah, what you're looking for is half plate.
Which is 750.
Well, breastplate is good because that doesn't impose disadvantage, and that still gives you 14. Scale
But
mail gives you
I also
disadvantage.
gotta find I also got to find an armor that will, fit me when I'm raged.
Mhm.
Because I do get larger when I rage.
Yeah, magic armor will do that automatically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, if you had like double the amount of gold, I could help you out, but I don't
No.
spend that
You know,
much
like
gold on
like
you.
a breastplate would be your best because you would have 16. Because otherwise, if you want higher than a 16, you would have to go for splinter plate.
Yeah.
Half plate gives 15 plus 2 dex and disadvantage.
Oh
And
yeah, oh
half
right.
plate is
I
still medium, and
Yeah,
barbarians
I was
can't
not
use
thinking
plate.
about disadvantage. Yeah.
Barbarians can't use heavy armor.
The only reason I have 15 is because of the
True,
cloak
that's
now.
true.
I have a base of 14. The only reason I have 15 is because of the cloak.
I know. Yeah, it's 10 plus 2 plus 2.
Yeah.
So if you get a breastplate, that's base 14 plus 2 is 16 plus cloak is 17.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have disadvantage on stealth.
This is true.
I mean, even studded leather would give you exactly what you're at now.
Yeah.
Chain shirt puts you 1 up. Scale breastplate gets you +2. Half plate
Well, there
gets
is
you
a
+3.
masterwork studded leather in the store.
Yeah,
I think KD wants that.
but that's only going to get him where he's at. That's not going to help him.
What's
just
+1? So it would be 1 higher.
true. That would give you +1. My bad.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yep, be
it's
16.
300. It won't give you 16, which the press plate would do, but it's 100 cheaper, and it's also lighter. Well, you're a barbarian
Yeah,
with high
Scudder would
strength.
give him 13. +2 is 15. Plus Cloak is 16.
Mhm.
So it depends on if 300 gold is worth 1 extra AC.
Or you want to wait another 100 gold for another point of AC.
Well, I gotta get that high amount of gold first.
True.
Because I was
And also, there's
I
one
was-
magic item.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. There's a magic item I'm setting up for now that I have to find, and then I got to find someone who's selling it, and then I got to pay for it. And even then, I might not have
Also,
what I need to get
remember,
it.
once we finish our quest, we will be provided a assortment of items that we can choose from.
I understand that, but what I'm looking for is I might have to have a higher stat number to get it. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I was talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
See, you can't. This isn't, Path of Exile. You can't build a character around hoping to get a magic item unless you talk to the DM, and the DM's like,
Well, I've already talked to him about it.
okay. I just don't want you to get your hopes up. That's all.
I've already talked about it. He said I need to get a certain higher score, and I need to have the gold for it, and I need to find someone who's doing it. So
Fair enough.
I figured it out. Yeah.
Oh, Chronicles of Valyria finally put out their newsletter.
For
Jesus.
2 years.
Oh no, they've been doing updates for the last 6 months.
Oh, but the last one was a long time ago, wasn't it? Like really long ago.
The last one was like 2 weeks ago. I've been telling you. That's what I said. They've been doing stuff for like the last 6 months.
Honestly, I checked it out like I don't remember how long ago.
No, they were supposed to put this newsletter out yesterday, but they said that because of Easter they were pushing it back to today, but I don't think they're going to wait this long.
Are they still putting it in their website or somewhere else?
Oh no, it's only on Discord.
Okay, that's why
Yeah.
I was like, they haven't posted anything.
Oh no, it is on their website. I think it's hidden though. It's in the forum.
Probably can only access through the link from the Discord, probably.
That's my guess. So I'm gonna be reading that later.
Yeah, because I was like, man, they haven't posted anything on the website, and that makes sense. Well,
I think we're getting really close to a playable Alpha 2.
it's just one man working on it now, right?
Yeah, he's had to get rid of everybody.
Yeah, because
been
when
sad.
COVID started.
Oh, not just that, but the legal fees
Oh yeah,
of all the
That one.
jackasses trying to sue him as a class action.
yeah, that one also. Yeah, no, see, like the website, the last one was the 14th of July.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why I was
Fair.
like,
Yeah, they're about to open. They're about to bring stuff back online. Yeah, it's him by himself, but
I don't remember what tier I had and what tier 2. I think it was a beta, but I don't remember who was the second or the first.
so speaking of items and spending money,
Mm-hmm.
for my level up, I'm debating on one of two spells. The problem is the material component for each one costs 300 gold.
Oh,
So I basically have to pick
That's-
one or the other. One of them is going to give me massive combat advantage, and the other one is going to give me pretty good combat advantage, but be super cool and RP as hell. So
I always go for RP.
I mean, I can kind of RP the other one too, but that's what I'm debating right now.
It's whatever you feel would help the party the most in
Oh,
this current situation.
They both help tremendously, but one is more okay. So here's the messed up part: the one that's not RP as hell is good combat, but can also help well outside of combat. The one that is RP oriented is really only useful in combat, unless I want to
Uh-huh.
intimidate the hell out of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the one that is good for RP, or the one that's not good for RP, I'm using an evocation that will help with it. But the one that is RP, the evocation I'm using is useless, and I might as well just change my evocation to something different, which would also then stack on the RP.
Oh, you can change your evocations once you level up.
Sick.
Oh yeah, that's good. Honestly.
I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. But I'm pretty sure anytime you level up as a warlock, it might just be.
I know when I will level up, I can change my cantrips.
You're not. Only artificers should be able to.
Alright, Artifice is right. Yeah, no, I haven't done that because last time I leveled up, I picked one because I got one. But
Additionally, when you gain a level in warlock, you can choose one of the evocations you know and replace it with another one. Yep.
well, that's nice.
That's
When do
honestly
I
the
get
only
my
way
next
to.
cantrip?
Only reason to play a warlock is to. If I couldn't switch evocations out at level up, no. I'm good. Cantrips are every 4 on straight up spellcasters, I think.
Yeah, my next one's 10th level, and that's the last one I got.
Mm. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, you dead yet? You mince meat.
Oh, it got close there, but I am alive.
Did the boogeyman touch you anywhere?
You know, I don't want to talk about it right now.
Can you use Mage Hand to point on the doll where the mimic touched you?
Was it a door mimic or a mimic mimic?
Was it a house mimic? The doll's a mimic.
Ship mimic.
Everything's a mimic. Run for your lives.
When the floor starts laughing, I leave.
My brother actually created a ranger subclass that was a mimic tamer, and basically everything on the ranger was a mimic. It's amazing.
It's awesome.
The backpack is a mimic, the scabbard's a mimic, the quiver's a mimic, the bow's a mimic.
The
The
arrows are
mimic
mimic.
tamer, indeed.
He just throws mimics to fight. It's great.
That
It sounds like a
Pokemon.
Pokemon class.
it's just like Pokemon, except they eat things.
And
Mimic,
except
I
for,
choose
people.
you.
except for instead of different Pokemon, it's just mimics. Oops,
Yeah.
all
Mimic
mimics.
you, I choose you.
Mimics. Get out. But then what was it? Tasha's came out with everything mimic?
Hamper, I choose
Or
you.
maybe it was Mordenkainen, the Minions of the Multiverse.
I miss Hamper.
I'm sure we'll
Yeah.
randomly see him again.
We'll see him again one day. And when we do, we better bring some gems along.
Oh yes.
It's a
I
great
think at
mimic.
this point we should hoard all gems.
Uh-huh. Especially if they're magical.
Yeah.
No one else uses a shield, right? It's just me.
You.
Yeah, just you.
Oh, you use a
you
shield?
later.
Mm-hmm. I have one free hand and one shield on the other one.
So, for the time being, unless anyone else has anything they wish to do within the next 2 days in Windspear, go ahead and say now.
I'd see if anybody would be interested in the 18 Thrycreen claws I have and the Hive Lord Stinger. That I
Give me an
meant to,
investigation check.
yeah, that I meant to bring up to Benin, but completely forgot, and then we're already in Windspear. I'm really good at
What?
investigation checks too. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna add a
Yes, you are.
D6 to that. Nice. If you notice,
Okay.
I'm -2 investigation, by the way.
Yes. Which is fascinating.
It always does that. If I'm negative, I roll great. If I'm +7, I roll a 1.
Okay. With the 18, you do find what seems to be a different sort of scene than what you're used to. You do see what seems to be a very scraggly looking gnollish individual that seems to be laid back at the moment. Eyes closed, tongue hanging on one side. However, you do see a multitude of monster parts and small bits of creatures here and there amongst his store.
Noel. I'll say in
Yes.
Goblin. Excuse me.
Eh? Yeah, how can I help you?
Did he reply back in Goblin?
Yes, he did.
Nice. I'll continue in Goblin then. I have some weird creature parts, and I was wondering if you might be interested. There's like claws and a stinger.
Do they cook good?
I yes, maybe yes.
You see an eye slowly open, revealing the yellowish tinge, the slight slit to the eye, just looking over in your direction.
Is that right? How many you got?
Claws 18, stinger just the one. Guarantee you've never seen anything like it though.
They taste good.
I'll show him a claw and the stinger.
You'll see the moment that you reach out the claw, he's gonna reach out as well. Just gently take it out of your grasp with the claws.
That's fine.
Reaches over, gives it a sniff. You see him nibble at one of the claws tips themselves. Take a slight bite as you can hear a snap of the chitin.
Juicy. Very juicy. Yeah, sure. Take these off your hands. What do you want?
Oh, what was it? What was I was talking to myself. What was in common? What was Benin buying these at? Do I remember what Benin was buying them at?
Give me a history check.
I'm good at those too.
Oh,
See?
okay. Look at that.
You
Very
remember exactly that Ben was offering 2 gold per claw,
Mhm.
and the stinger was not considered.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
do
we
have a
brought him
feeling
back
I
a
could
stinger.
probably give him some. Yeah, you do recognize that you probably could get maybe a solid 2 gold per piece with these.
Yeah, and I'll say 25 for the stinger.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay, I'm good at these too. There we go.
There we
That's more
go.
like it.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
Yeah, that's the
All right.
ever wordy Olivia.
You remember? Oh no, that's
Oh,
perception.
that's perception.
Not
No, I'm actually good at
Oh.
persuasion. My
I'll,
bad.
I'll let you re-roll. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, obviously perception.
There we go.
There we go. I was about to say.
I forgot that's a charisma-based skill. I'm actually good at those.
You take a moment using a little bit of the goblin language as well as the previous experiences you've had with Knowlish entities
Mhm.
to get a bit more favor with him as eventually he starts to like sit forward a little. You have a bit of a conversation here and there talking about the last things that you killed. He does have a rather large knack for land sharks. He also has an obsession with things that he calls shelled minions of death,
Crabs.
that he finds down on the coastal line. Much
Crabs.
larger than crabs, closer to lobsters, but more armored and very juicy, according to him.
I will see if I can
Apart
do a
from
little bit of minor illusion to make the hive stinger look really tasty.
go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm terrible at those.
What?
It's the dust of deliciousness. Oh no.
You make the stinger actually start to ooze some of
Mhm.
that familiar ichor that came out of it the last time you saw it, and you see The gnollish individuals start to lean away from the stinger at
Oh,
that point.
yeah, I'll drop it. I'll stop it then. Oh, oops, sorry. Let me clean that off for you. And I'll wipe it off and stop the minor illusion.
Not a fan of poisons.
No, I.
Juicy things, tasty things, yes. Poisons, no.
Yes, no, I understand. I thought I drained it all. I apologize. There, it should be empty now.
He will narrow his eyes for a moment.
I'll make do with 2 gold for the claws each, and I'll give you 20 for the stinger.
You know what? That's more than fair. And I'll be looking out for some land sharks for you and those minions of death.
Shelled minions of death,
Shelled
very
minions of
juicy.
death, yes. Oh, yep, there you go. So 36, 56 total?
56 total.
Sounds good to me.
He
All right.
will take all of your claws, nibbling on the one that he took from you originally, as he seems to just slowly begin to bite away at that one.
Enjoy. I told you they were tasty.
Anything else for Windspear?
Now I swear I'm done.
Okay.
Uh,
If you do have something you wish to do, go ahead and put a yes in the Roll20 chat. That way we can actually figure out who needs to do stuff. Otherwise, we will head on back.
This
Okay,
guy.
Professor. One
Just-
more.
yeah, just very quickly. You said those fights go on every day.
They do.
Would I potentially be able, with my free time, the last 3 days we're here, would I potentially be able to just set up like a little shell game outside of that, the fight when like people are lining up and try to make some extra cash?
You will find on the first day that you try to attempt this that the hoppers and members of the guard nearby will tell you to move your store elsewhere outside of the Colosseum's borders.
Okay.
Don't make me tap on the
Uh,
sign. No solicitation sign.
Don't make me tap on the sign.
To potentially set it up somewhere, like the market or something, where there's like a lot of foot traffic.
The market would be a more optional place, yes.
Okay.
However, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay.
See how well that goes. Okay. Yeah, using just the original like idea of whoever gets the pearl gets the pot, and you
Yes.
continue to just switch and move your hands, moving the pearls between the shells that you had gathered during your time at the beach, and quickly moving between most of the common folk here. You do start to gather. Go ahead and roll me a D50. Go ahead.
D50.
D50.
What's the command? Is it slash roll?
Slash R space 1D50. You
Average.
gain a total of. See, so plus 10 to that. You gain a total of 45 gold pieces
Damn. Okay.
and
Okay.
20 silvers.
Gold, 20 silver. Okay.
However, you do start to build a slight crowd as some of them are starting to get relatively angry that no one's won this pot at this point. And at the end of the day, you do get quite a few people like trying to like very closely keep an eye on your hands as you're moving the pearl around. And eventually, at some point, you start to close the shop. Everyone
Yeah.
just scatters out from the crowd, giving disgruntled groans and signs of, "Oh, come on, I should have gone next." And it's like, okay.
There's one particular halfling female saying, "Watch the fingers! Watch the fingers!"
Fingers.
For it, nice. Yeah, as soon as people start grumbling, it's time to pack up shop. And then yeah, that's all I got. That's what I'm trying to make a little
Nice.
cash on the side.
All right. On the final day, Roguish will gather everyone up as quickly as he can. Olive, you see him holding what seems to be something familiar to your beacon stone. However, you do notice that the gem is not encrusted in its center. You see what seems to be just a totem-like pillar in his hands with the etchings of what would normally be on a beacon stone.
What you got there, Ro?
Your transportation back home, quickly as possible.
Oh, you mean you're not going to chauffeur me across the Great Blue?
No, we have business to attend to, and so do you.
Yeah. Well, I had some fun anyway. This is going to
Hope you
take
all had a good
everybody.
rest.
Yeah, I think they did. We didn't die. I almost did.
Yes, it's gonna take everyone.
He's gonna throw it to you. This is essentially a one-way trip, level 2 beacon stone, which would allow you to go back to respite.
Well, it's a pleasure as always. Till next time.
Actually, this would be a one-time level 3 beacon stone, should I say?
I was going to say for that distance, but I think it's level 3.
Yeah, this is level 3. He will nod at you.
Take care of the business.
Yeah,
We don't know exactly what he wanted, but we need to make sure he doesn't get the information he needs. So, please take care of it. I know you got business to attend to, all of you, but still. This is dangerous.
Wait,
Very dangerous.
I thought you were taking care of him. I'm taking care of him? I mean, we're taking care
You're
of him?
taking care of him. We got some things we need to attend to here. I need to tell. Oh God.
I figured he was
You
still on
just see
this
him.
island. You think he went back over towards respite?
I'm not sure. And if Reagan finds out, oh God, if Reagan finds out. Okay, here's the deal. I got some information from those emerald fucks that you got involved with.
Just looks over at Dune and Daisy.
Apologies, I don't mean to speak ill will of them, but we haven't
No,
exactly
no,
seen
you
eye
can
to eye.
speak ill of them. I don't care.
Hmm.
They've been putting forward forces towards the west, some sort of large mass of vines and green we've been getting reports of, along with the Lord's Alliance.
I did
Now,
see the vines on my way to respite from the west.
And I'll pull out my stamp thing. Yeah, seems they want us to deal with a beast causing that storm. And I point to the storm in the horizon. So
Oh.
it seems that our interests are aligned.
Rob, really quick, has that storm gotten worse since on this last day that we're here? Is it like continually building in size?
Give me a
and-
perception check.
Okay.
Like, if there was a scale that could be measured in Fs, and it went through like 1 through 5.
Oh boy. It looks fine to me, guys.
Yeah,
Hasn't changed.
from this
Same.
distance, there is no change. It just seems like a continuous thunder cloud of green and red crimson smoke.
It
Okay.
bonked the professor in the head. What do you mean it looks good?
I mean,
Looks
it
horrific.
doesn't look like it's changed. I mean, that's got to be a good sign, right?
That's just the light. Probably's gotten worse the closer we get.
well, from the information that I have gathered, based on what they believe and recent reports of their men who have been attacked by this creature, we believe that it is some sort of draconic entity of the younger variation. Now, depending on how long this beast is able to gain its power, could depend on how strong it gets throughout time. There are also rumors that whenever this beast hits the air and attacks the people on the ground, there's rumors of a walking hut that seems to be observing the scene from afar. We are aware that there is some sort of hag involved.
Just one.
Man, wouldn't that be awesome though? A mobile
Yeah.
home.
It
Just
does.
one.
That
That does sound
pretty
good.
I wouldn't have to be on the boat with you, Ro.
Hmm.
Rogish, do you know if it's undead? The draconic being.
We're not sure. Well, we never got close to it, and those who have gotten close to it have either not really took the time to look and seen if it's undead, or was completely burned from whatever breath it has.
Right.
From my understanding, this particular beast does have the possessions of not only fire, but necrotic energy coming from it. So, maybe.
Yeah.
Darn, sounds like we could have been friends.
Troubling.
Oh, it's more fun. Trust me.
It sounds like fun, but very dangerous.
Yes, no. Time is of the essence. I'm not entirely sure where exactly this happened, but I would recommend starting from there and following tracks if you can find them.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
starting from where?
Starting from wherever the source of that thunderstorm is.
Remember the ruins, Olive?
Oh yeah,
Go
the
there.
part where I said not part of our business?
Yes, where you said we should be careful and investigate.
It's officially part of our business.
Debatable.
Well, the universe made it our business.
All right, I'll start. All right, come around. I got a special thing. We're gonna go now. Where's Harry? Bunny? Shit.
Daisy, I thought we needed to go to Bochan. Did you say something about
I'm gonna
that?
go get Harry.
That will
I
have
don't know
to
if I'm
wait.
there, so
Very well.
I didn't know if I was there for this or not. So
Oh, everyone's there.
Yeah, we all got together together.
And Rogish,
Yes.
could we possibly avoid harpies and the like on the return journey?
Don't
We're
worry.
going instantly to respite, and I
Yeah.
point to the Waystone.
Hurry up and get all your crap, because I'm gonna be sending us there
I
in like 5
have-
seconds.
Yes, I have provided you the means of getting back without having to deal with any harpies or sirens. Do not worry,
Excellent.
Professor. Way ahead.
Excellent.
All right, everybody got their shit.
Enough waiting. Let's go.
I'm ready.
before we leave, Rogish, do you by chance know where the ship went down at that was carrying the supplies? Like, do you maybe know like the trade route or the route that it was on?
Well, there's plenty of ships that do go down due to environmental and ecological reasons, if that's what you're looking for. What are you talking about, Harry?
Tara seems to say there was a specific ship that went down recently that was carrying some very important supplies for a project.
Oh, that
How recent?
was around about a week ago. That we had some supplies come from Windspear heading over to Respite, in a means to advance their Cannon Rock carriage project, as well as providing some good resources to the people on the ground. However, it seems that someone or something interceded it, and we were unable to recollect anything from the wreckage.
I look over at Harry and say, Harry, I saw that when we were escaping with all his dead body. That was south of Boshian.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they maybe had an exact location of where it went down or knew any extra information. I figured, he's up there all day.
It doesn't.
kinda
Can
like
we go?
the ocean.
Yes, we can talk in respite.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry. Right, you don't know the exact location, right, Ro?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I do not.
Can we go?
Ready
I'm ready. I'm ready when you are.
Let's rock and roll.
Daisy, you do remember that there was a fight in that particular square.
Yeah. If they show me a map, I can pinpoint it out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As you all gather up, the stone begins to gather with bright light energy, slowly beginning to swirl around the group. What do you say?
I say DM's a little shit. No. Where is it?
The roof caves in.
Sky's falling.
Home call respite.
Home call respite. As you say out the words, the burst of white energy cracks the stone in your hands, leaving nothing but dust. The energy swirls around your group, immediately sending you all into the air and shooting across the sky, creating a familiar scene for all of you as you are shooting across the ocean. The land behind you, Windspear itself, disappears in a flash as you both, as all of you trail across the sky like stars. Shooting over, I need everyone to roll me perception checks, please.
I feel like Mario in a
Hey.
clear pipe. Perception.
Let's see, where's my perception?
Wow.
Wow, look at you guys.
Oh, you guys got
You're
plus
so
4s and plus
cool.
5s to get 19. That's cute.
You know what? I have a +2 and I got 2, so fuck you.
Yeah,
Got a 6.
you gotta get those negatives to get the real numbers.
All right. Moving with breakneck speed, you guys are crashing across the sky, seeing the bird's eye view of Respite as it starts to come closer. Olivia and Daisy.
And
Actually,
Greenwich
you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna say all four of
and
you
Harry.
coming with me. Yeah, Harry,
Nice.
Professor, Olive, and Daisy. One moment of your time, if you don't mind.
Oh boy.
Let
I can move people too. I figured I'd help you out.
So, during your travels across the sky, it's only maybe a couple minutes as you travel. As you move across, you can see just on the horizon, now at a bird's eye view, what is essentially the large mass of green that seems to be coming towards you guys on the western side. A large wave, almost a tidal wave of tendrils like a grasping hands trying to rush and drag itself along the sand-like surface. A multitude of miles of this everlasting flora, some corrupt and dark bulbs of energy seeming to burst and grow additional arms of this tendril-like mass of ever-growing grasping hands that seem to drag and pull the entirety of the mass along, slowly and slowly dragging itself closer and closer to the borders of respite. You can see amongst some of the slight borders of the green what look to be small masses slowly pushing individuals back that seem to be making their way out of the flora. A gathering of almost 1,000 individuals adorning greens and silvers and whites all seem to be gathered amongst most of the borders of this green miles long wall of tendrils and vines that seem to be slowly but trying to propel the mass of green back, however, are clearly slowly making their way on a retreat. You can see a gathering of smoke and dark clouds familiar to the thunderstorm here. However, is a completely dark black thundercloud that seems to be gathering in this corner here, which I will go ahead and mark. As well as what seems to be a small hut, however, does not seem to be stationary but mobile. A large straw hut that seems to continue onwards and seems to look mostly like this. Give me one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath that black cloud to the west, a respite.
Seems to be coming out from that black cloud.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be better than one of those wagons almost.
A set of almost wooden-like bark-like legs, imitating a chicken's crow-like feet, slowly marching and stretching out underneath a large wooden-like hut. You can see it coming out of the thunderstorm at a large pace, only for a beast, winged and slowly beginning to swirl out, as you can see coming from the clouds themselves, the beast in question.
Can we see what direction they're heading specifically?
They are currently heading south of that direction, and you can see that the creature seems to
Christ.
push down towards one of the lines of gray and green. A blast of dark black and red energy seems to shoot out of it and then immediately turn back towards the thundercloud. As you guys start spearheading down on the arch back towards Respite itself, shooting down, the wind passing your hair as you impact and feel yourselves on ground in a familiar dark room as the runes of the teleportation circle underneath you begin to fade.
That beast, is that the picture? Was that roughly to scale with that tiny little person riding on its back? Is that roughly the scale we're looking at?
That's roughly the scale you're looking
Okay.
at.
Okay.
And that's young.
Big.
Yes.
Well then.
Hey,
Yeet.
welcome
Well
back,
then.
guys.
Ooh.
So we all died.
Oh, great.
Yes.
We're all
We're gonna
owls
reveal
now.
characters. I'm Joseph. Nice to meet you.
Welcome, Joseph.
My name's
My
Sven.
name is Danilo.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little trouble brewing.
Great. Oh, Jesus.
Just a touch.
Mm.
So yeah, when we land, I'll be like, I'm not the only one that saw that, right?
No, you are
Can I
not
unsee it?
Olive.
I saw it too.
Actually, funny thing, this is actually a legit question. Would there be any side effects for first-time travel?
For first time travel.
Yes,
Give me a
those are
constitution
done.
saving throw.
Okay.
Since you want one so bad, here you go.
I'm just asking.
You all hear a sudden burp coming from Dune as he does look a little green around the gills after
Oh.
that little encounter of being bolted through the air.
Oh,
I look at him like, first time.
yeah.
And
You'll get used to it.
in a
Wow.
5-foot space next to us, I'll go ahead and minor illusion the beast. This is what you saw, right? I'm not the only one that saw that.
Well,
Come
okay.
out of the
The thing,
clouds.
it was definitely a little bit bigger than that.
Right, I can only do it so big, okay?
No, I would say it was massive.
Right, I can't do it that large, okay? Look.
No, understandable, but still, it was quite massive.
Right, if you
You
come here,
guys-
if you look close on the back, you'll see a little tiny person. I'm trying to okay, you know what? Fine. I'll minor illusion and I'll do the beast, and then I'll have a tiny person standing next to him for scale. How about that?
Oh yeah, that's better.
There. Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah, it was big.
Oh, minor illusion the house.
He does it to scale. It's just his toenail. Like
Yeah, and then after I'll minor illusion the walking house. Right, and
That
this
thing?
too.
That's horrendous.
do I know anything about the walking house thing by chance?
Uh, you know what? I will allow you to.
Because I am proficient in history, so
I'll allow you to roll a history. Why not?
I am not.
with
You got to have negatives
Nice.
to your score, man.
You
Honestly.
have a feeling that this is a walking house and you've never seen a walking house before.
houses aren't supposed to walk.
No.
that.
Don't tell what to do.
All right.
Who gave him legs?
Do you guys have the money to pay off Freya? Because she's got that thing
I mean,
for
all
us.
together, we should be able to.
Yeah, all together. I already dumped a bunch of gold. Now, if we're gonna go over there because we got to go over to that big cloud thing for this stuff. We're gonna want to way back. So
Did I give you 50 gold last session for that? Or no? I can't remember. I thought I gave you some gold for that.
above board, if you're talking about last session, we were in Windspear the entire time. So that
Yeah,
would've
that's
been
right.
2
When I
weeks
got
ago, and no.
yeah, when I got paid from the thing, I didn't. If I didn't, I didn't. I thought I did, but maybe not.
Everyone got paid, yeah.
Yeah, everyone got paid, but you didn't give me
Right, but-
you didn't give me any money to give to Freya. No.
Okay,
No.
okay.
You were holding on to your money for your situation.
Yes. I just thought I guess I meant to. So you're right. I have enough money to where I wouldn't have. Give
However,
anyone
as
anything.
you are talking amongst yourselves, the familiar sound of patting feet can be heard behind the door.
I will dismiss
As
the minor
the-
illusion.
Door unlocks, door opens to see the familiar white feathered face of the Kenku,
How you doing, darling?
Piri, just looking over you.
You. Did I give you 50 gold the last time I was here?
She'll tilt her head slightly, shake
Don't
it,
worry.
and just slowly open the door for the staircase upstairs.
Okay then.
Once again, still in her white dressing gown, mostly for night times. However, she does seem to have gone out of her nightgown in more of a serving maid's outfit. And she's looking at you all, just smiling. Presents her winged arm out towards you.
Thank you.
I ruffle her feathers a little bit.
You can hear a slight coo coming from her in approval.
Mm.
Oh.
You're awesome. Thank you. Make our way up.
You're
We
awesome.
should discuss what we're gonna do now. Do we want to?
After hearing that, I'll turn around and be like, right. I'll go back up.
She does imitate your voice perfectly.
Oh, I
by the
know.
way.
Yeah.
And as each of you pass, you just hear Olive's voice just saying, "You're awesome. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're awesome."
You too, Pickett. You too.
Oh god, that's creepy.
I just give like a smile and like a nod as I just hurry up upstairs.
Making your way up the stairs into the Frontiers Mining Company. You can see that there is no customers at the moment. It is relatively quiet. It is mid-morning at this point, and you can see that the staircase upwards towards Benin's office, and the door is closed.
Let's go to Freya's and let's get on the road.
Sure.
Daisy will lead the party towards Freya's.
Follow Daisy.
Okay. You make your way out in time to see the front of the warehouse on the opposite side of the Frontier Mining Company, the door is open, where you usually would see it close, as at the very front, what looks to be the fine construction of a locomotive already beginning to slowly push its way out of the warehouse.
I gesture to Harry. Go check on that. I'm sure you'd be interested. We'll go grab the stone and grab you when we're done.
Harry, you can see a multitude of metal, steam, and mechanics, cogs whirring, the sound of a constant changing machine being powered by unknown means, slowly pushing out of the warehouse. You've seen small bits of it, but you've never seen the full construction. And now, as the smoke begins to pillar out of a funnel at the front, you can see it slowly beginning to be pushed forward, and a few carriages behind it can be seen slowly beginning to be stocked up.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely gonna draw my interest.
Okay. Harry's moving off towards the carriage while everyone else is heading towards the store, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Harry, you can see as you move off away from the group, most of the miners and most of the individuals that are working on most of the main construction are simply observing and watching with slight awe at the creation that they've made. The wheel slowly turning with the forward motion of the pistons, the slight whistle of constant funnels and pipes being worked away with a small little bit of motivation to start. You can see slowly pushing out, and at the front of the carriage itself, you see a familiar drow elf face in the front of the carriage, looking out, giving a slight wave to the others as he begins to slowly bring the carriage to a stop. You can see Lisbon is currently driving the carriage and is working the controls. At the side, you can see another familiar face as Old Benin, along with
Gotta
some
get
of
some
the
water.
other individuals and miners of the group, seem to be observing this display as his project seems to be finally coming into fruition.
Really impressive.
Oh, yes, very much indeed. 5 years of work finally coming to an end. We've lost many people, Harry, because of this, and hopefully it will save many others in the future.
You can see Benin smiling slightly, however, is keeping a very close eye on the carriage at the moment.
I'm just kind of like also being shocked about it.
Within due time, the tracks will head up with permission to Bochian, as well as the town of Ravenfall. We'll make sure that the continuation of such tracks will ensure that the transportation throughout the wilds will be less hazardous, unless those wish to procure its materials and such. Well, that will be their risk. However, we will provide them the protection and the transportation to move along this land with ease. As long as no other ill effects come upon this project. You see him slowly looking over towards you, then looking back at the remaining craters that are still scattering some of the lands nearby.
Like, for me looking over it, like, do I see any flaws in this machine or anything that like isn't thought of?
Uh, Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check, and you can add your proficiency to Smith's tools.
Okay, my expertise for Smiths.
Your expertise in Smith's tools. Excellent.
So since I wasn't really able to add expertise in Smith tools, like I couldn't figure out how to actually add that.
You'll just add an
It's
extra +3.
okay. So um,
Using intelligence.
okay, so this +3,
Yes.
15.
15. Looking over it, and especially at this distance, there doesn't seem to be any flaws. However, the one thing that does seem to catch your eye, per se, is the periodic burst of flame that seems to come from the very top nozzle. You can see steam and smoke billowing from the very front, but maybe every minute or so you can see what seems to be a flicker of flame that seems to shoot out from the top. You're not entirely sure if this is something that can be easily fixed. However, this is something that does catch you unawares.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting for stuff. And
No worries.
um,
Anything else, Harry?
no, I'm just gonna kind of watch it all right now.
Right. You and Denon will continue to watch in awe some of the other miners going back to their business as the rest of the group start making their way over to Freya's general store. The store is relatively quiet right now. The occasional customer here and there in some of the other displays. However, it is quiet as the red-headed halfling will look over, a red-headed gnome, should I say, will look over in your direction. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to see you all back. It's been a while.
Indeed. With great urgency, as you may expect from the clouds.
Yes, they have been growing over the past few days. Thunder has been striking, lightning as well. The lightning started maybe 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, so it seems there is another cloud now. And
Yes,
it's made by the
right.
hag.
The hag. Hold on, hag. What hag?
Oh, you don't know. And I pull out the scroll to show that the information is valid, that it's from the Emerald Enclave.
She immediately takes the paper, just starts reading it.
Yes, it is basically our bounty to destroy the dragon and its hag.
So she's the one.
She? What do you mean she?
Hags
Well,
are females, I think.
Well, yeah, yes, Olive. But I mean, do you know who
You
who
seemed
we're dealing
curious.
with?
well, I was familiar with something troubling the dreams of the children here. We weren't entirely sure what it was. The factions were looking into it, and I had heard that a younger girl had fallen ill. So I tried to provide whatever medicinal provisions I could provide, and I found them fruitless. So, you're going to deal with her, yes?
Yes,
Mhm.
and hopefully we can save the child.
Well,
If not, well, at least we tried.
in that case, my business is open to you. We agreed upon a beacon stone before you left. It is
Indeed.
complete, and I have it ready if you have the remaining gold at the ready to.
How much
She'll-
was it?
Another 250, I believe. And she'll quickly jump off her stool, making her way into the back room.
All right, Daisy will put forward 50.
Ben
I'll
will
put
put
50 down
5
too.
platinum.
So the professor putting 50,
Yes, sir.
Van's putting 50, Daisy's putting 50.
We forgot to ask Harry for his if he was gonna add this.
How much more?
I above board. I already paid my fraction. I already put 100 gold toward
Yeah,
it.
we-
Yeah, Harry
put
and I
like
both
half
put
down
100.
first. Yeah, how much short are we?
Another
100.
100.
So
Another-
we overpaid for our fraction. So
Well, they both put 100. Dana and I put 50. It should have been 300.
So we got 350 total just now
You have 400 total just now,
of 500.
out of 500, yes.
Okay. All right. So between us, we need to come up with another
100.
100 gold. I mean, I can do another 50.
I'll do another 52.
Okay.
All right. The gold is gathered. Freya will step out from the back holding a brand new beacon stone in her hands. This one having more etchings, a lot larger, and does have a more pristine looking gem embedded into its center. We'll place it down onto the counter, looking at you all. Pleasure doing business with you all. Now, I do
Likewise.
have a few things new. I made a few additional bolts of that walloping ammunition that you seem rather adamant towards. A few other pieces here and there.
Oh, Freya, I forgot. I almost forgot to mention. I did have occasion to use that device you gave me.
Oh, how did it go?
I tried making kind of tying a rope to it and
It went not
looping it around
great,
a
is what
guy's
he's
leg.
trying to say.
Yeah,
He
It
almost
went
he almost
horribly
blew
wrong.
me up.
Oh no,
Mhm.
I mean no. As far as testing it goes, it went amazingly well. That
Yeah,
thing.
so
Your
only
eyes-
attracted to the target.
You see the eyes widen slightly, a little bit of a side glance towards Olive as she just leans away for a moment.
They almost got caught. Olive almost got caught in the blast.
Wait, the thing you
unfortunately.
threw was the thing that Freya gave you to test, and you tried to test it in an arena where all of us were around you, well, around the enemy, and you.
Well,
almost blew
he
them
was
up?
in the had it stayed on him in the air, everyone would have been fine. Let's
Don't worry,
calm
Freya.
down
I'm
here.
sure it was mostly user error.
It was no, at 100% it was user error for a. I mean,
Dude's
you were
just
on
nodding.
something.
Yes, user error.
That brings me to the for future devices, could you perhaps change it from a fuse to somewhat of an impact trigger?
I believe that was the original intention. However,
Yes.
due to my lack of expertise in the creation of explosive armaments, I am not entirely sure if that would have been the wisest thing given your previous experience.
Yeah, I mean,
However,
if you're not confident.
given the nature of your last experiment, based on what I'm hearing, she just looks around at the others.
Mm.
Perhaps a more impactful solution would be more probable and
Yes.
would give more interesting results.
Freya.
I could
Yes.
possibly put some power and effort into this with due time.
I want
Excellent.
to ask you something about this. See, could so you know that Bochan was a tactic, correct? You told me this.
Yes, we are familiar with this, as she will pull out a piece of paper, will scribble it down. You see the parchment disappear into the air. Give it a few minutes. He will be here shortly.
Because I was gonna say, like, if we are to inevitably help them and attempt to retrieve their people, and if my assumption of them being in a sort of compound is correct, maybe dropping these little bombs from the air could help soften our targets before we go in and get rid of them.
You would also be probably destroying whatever structural integrity the place still has.
Yes, the idea is not to destroy the place, but target people in the open air, not around any structures. The idea is not to weaken any structures, but weaken the enemy.
Harry, do you still have that necklace thing that we got off that Dragonborn that you looted?
I still constantly question if I have that necklace. I think every time you guys ask me this, I question if I have it, and you guys all insist that I do.
Yeah,
Rob,
you
Rob said
necklace.
it was in the bag of holding.
See, I keep thinking it's in the bag, and I don't have the bag. So
But
I've got the
nobody put
bag,
it
but you
in the
can look
bag.
at
Well,
there's a
the
list
reason
for
I was
everything in the
wondering
bag.
if we cut to the point of killing someone and we put the necklace on them and have the bomb with them, so when they transfer over, boom, when they get to the bad guy.
isn't that like terrorism?
You do remember what that item does. If you would like Freya to identify it, she can.
It sends the body back to the magic user who sent them.
No.
Doesn't it just instantly kill them?
So the necklace is a necklace of loyalty, which is essentially once the individual who is wearing it hits 0 hit points, they die instantly.
it
They do
instantly
not
kills them.
save.
They
Oh,
can't
never
come
mind.
back. Yeah.
For some reason, I kept thinking it transported them to back to the person. Never mind.
Not in the bag of holding.
It wasn't written there, but Rob did say that it was in the bag of holding.
Oh,
I do believe you put in the bag of holding, or you guys just left it.
I'll
No,
add
it was
in.
definitely taken. I remember that part.
Necklace of loyalty.
It is a necklace of loyalty. While wearing this necklace, if you drop to 0 hit points, you will die instantly.
Okay. Oh, here it is in the bag. Does anyone want to put it on?
No, are you crazy, Professor?
Yeah, I'll shove it back in the bag. Just checking.
I'll bonk him in the head again.
Hey,
I was
Freya.
getting my-
Jesus
I was
Christ!
getting like a
I thought
look
that-
like, you serious?
We're all talking
Yeah,
about it. I didn't know if someone
You
wanted it.
pull out the bone necklace that has like the rigid, dark bones along the string. The moment it comes out, the recognition hits a lot of you, and you're like, "No, put that fucking thing back inside the bag."
Hey,
Into the bag
Freya
of
will look over at it, wave her hand for a moment, then just like raise an eyebrow, like, "Where the did you?"
Hey.
She's very concerned as to how you got that.
hey, Freya, I
The
got
people who
a
attacked
couple questions.
Bushman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh,
And by the way, the items in my possession, feel free to look.
Yeah, I noticed. That's kind of where I'm going with this. What's wrong? What's up with the short sword?
Oh, the short sword.
Yeah.
It came in a couple of days ago. Armored individual didn't really want it anymore. Threw it over. I said I'd pay for it, and when I tried to identify it, well, just didn't. Just showed me it was cursed.
Huh.
Daisy will back away from the wall where the sword is.
How much?
You see it's actually resting in a display case.
I'll get away from the display case.
Little sign, do not touch.
Do you know what the curse does? Is it bad?
For notes, it is a dark obsidian short sword. The handle seemed to hook around and give a slight rigid pattern around the handle guard. However, in the very center of the blade, you can see what seems to be the makings of a elven man striking out with the blade towards the handle.
Certainly an interesting piece.
All right, I'm curious, but so we got these strong healing potions. Would you buy one, and how much?
I don't exactly buy healing potions, given the fact that I sell them myself.
Yeah, but this is a greater.
So are the
Wait,
ones that I
you're gonna
provide.
sell the greater healing potion?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about selling mine.
What? Are you both daft? We're about to
Wanna
go
get-
fight
there's
a
a-
beast.
Her
Daisy.
stock changes. There's an
There's-
item here I want to get before she sells it.
So it's more for trade, I guess. Store credits.
I can allow possibly 200 gold pieces of stored credit.
Ugh.
However, given the nature that I already have greater healing potions in my possession, and I can make more in the future, I'm not exactly in need of them, Olive.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Hey, Dune, how much money you got?
I got 173 gold and 3 silver.
This breastplate you have, Freya.
Yes, dear.
You wouldn't be willing to part with that for, let's say, 500 for friends. And we're gonna go into this big old storm, and there's a dragon there, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
The cast off
And
plate would be rather useful to your group, yes. I can possibly part with it for 500.
How about this, Dune? You throw in your greater potion and all your money, and I'll pay the rest.
Why? What does he have on his mind?
no, I'll take that deal. Yeah.
So you have one.
That deal?
So add 200 to your gold and subtract it from 500, and tell me what I owe.
Just add 100.
Okay. Sorry, that's for him.
Yeah, because she's willing to buy store credit the potion for 200, right?
Correct.
So add 200 to what you have, Dune.
Which would be 375.
So and then minus 500, so $125.
Yeah.
That's the math.
All right. I will pay over the rest and get Dune the cast off breastplate.
Nice.
Okay.
Because
So-
Lord knows he needs it.
Yeah. So the
Indeed.
breastplate is a normal breastplate. However, when taking it off, you no longer have to follow the rules
Doesn't
of
take
donning off
10
armor.
minutes.
It is just an action.
Cool.
It still takes a full time to put on, but
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just take it
But
off.
you can
easy.
basically just take it off easy.
if somebody heats metal, you can just drop it in an action, which is really nice.
Very nice.
And since you're a barbarian, you don't fully lose armor class, which
I'll
works out.
just go to Dune and say, just remember that you owe me.
Frey, would you be interested in
Well,
this? Can I
this
yank
could be
that?
repayment for bringing you out of that cave.
There you
Fine, I
go.
guess. Though I didn't ask you to
Yes,
bring me back.
Professor.
My
Yes,
dad didn't
Professor. How
ask.
can I help you?
Yeah, this. I'm gonna take the mask I'm wearing on the side of my head and put it on the counter. What would you? What do you like this? I mean, are you interested in this?
She looks down at it, brings out a familiar set of spectacles, lowers the magnification on them, and gets a closer look, only to lift another eyebrow, looks over, and this is a very powerful item for you, Professor. Especially
I'm
one of
interested in
practicing
that if
the
you're gonna
arcane.
sell it.
Daisy raises her eyebrows. Where the
I,
hell
I'm
you get
actually,
that?
honestly just kind of curious what you would value this thing at. If I wanted to sell it to you
Well,
right now, what would you offer me?
give me one moment. Let me take a All right, let me take a look here. Let's see how much she's actually willing to buy this for you.
To the ledger.
To
To the ledger!
The infamous and famous ledger.
To the book! We must get all the information from the book!
Lord.
All right, hold on. Let's see here. Let's see. So this is okay. I actually need to check to see if this is what actual rarity of this item is, because technically it's a custom one. So I
Yes.
need to make sure what this is here. Okay. So this is classed as a uncommon item for rarity. And in
Okay.
regards to how much she is willing to pay for it,
Just a ballpark figure.
ballpark figure.
Yes.
Okay. You know what? Let's do this. You know what? I'll go ahead and allow you to roll this one.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Actually, yeah. Give me a persuasion check, please.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Professor can be very persuasive.
She will look over the mask. I'd be willing to basically pay back the 500 gold that you put forward for that beacon stone.
Oh. Ah. That is a nice offer. Hmm. Gosh, the thing is, I would really love that Mastercraft studded leather you have there, and that's this and then some. You know what? Let me think on it a little bit, because this is, as you said, quite a powerful mask. I thought I
Yes,
had an inkling it might
and
be worth a hair more, but that is a very fair offer you gave me.
well, just do keep in mind the leather's not going to be here always, so think
No.
quickly.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a fine set of armor.
Yes, and that is quite the fine mask.
Certainly is. And I'll take it off the counter and put it back on the side of my head. As always, it was a pleasure, Freya.
Anyone else wishing to buy something?
The only thing I'm looking to buy is from Lisbon.
Gotcha.
What is a sleeping sentinel shield?
Oh yeah, I meant to ask about that. I know what the Sentinel
saw
Shield
that and
is.
was
I don't
curious
know what
about it, too.
sleeping does.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was another item that armored individual came across. Strange thing. Usually sentinel shields have the eye at the front, like the open eye that allows you to observe better, yet for some reason this eye is closed. Just makes her way over to the shield where you see a very pristine looking metal shield. However, where the front you would see a open eye is now currently closed and a soft metallic snoring can be heard from within. From my recollection, for some unknown reason, a particular spellcaster decided to put a sleep spell on a sentient item. Not entirely sure how that works, but for some reason,
this particular sentient shield is now sleeping and unable to be woken up, so I'm not entirely sure how to wake it up. If you can figure it out, by all means, it's why it's a cheaper price.
Now you have my interest.
Yeah, if I try something on it.
Oh no, not till we
I-
not unless we buy it. She might raise the price.
I mean, if you wish to try and wake it up, by all means. I've been trying to
Oh.
do it all day.
The only thing I can think of waking up is beating it awake, but I don't think you'd want that.
No, I would not.
Go ahead, Daisy. Do what you're going to do.
Well, I don't know if Olive wants to buy it first. If not, Daisy will walk up, put her hand on the shield, focus, and cast Lesser Restoration. Which I'm pretty sure there's nothing to sleeping targets, but who knows? Worth a shot.
Okay. You cast the spell, and as you reach out to touch the shield, the moment that your hand reaches past the display case, the spell fizzles out. Sorry, darling, but procedures were needed to be made.
Understandable.
After a certain individual tried to procure a piece of armor for themselves, I found myself to be a little more paranoid when it comes to business.
No, I get it.
They just try to steal from you? That's kind of rude.
Who would do such a horrible thing?
Daisy rolls her eyes.
Freya just keeps staring forwards.
Well,
Boy,
you may
close
want
your
to try
door.
it to Lesser Restoration it, see what happens.
Well, I mean, I would, but my shield's magic and not asleep.
That's a good point.
Well, if you're wishing to procure the shield, by all means do so. However, I'd recommend no more spell casting within my shop.
No, I will not. I respect your shop.
Yeah, I noticed you don't like magic being cast in your shop very much.
I
don't
imagine
think
for good
many
reason.
persons would be welcoming to spell casting within their shop when most things are here are quite valuable.
That's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what if I give you 200 gold for it?
I already brought down the price for your breastplate. I don't think I'd want to start lowering prices for all my items,
Oh,
dear.
the other 25.
Oh, you're so kind, Daisy. All right, 225 because we're such good friends, Freya.
Since we're good friends, 225 it is.
She'll throw her hand out, the magical enchantment on a display case being nullified for the time being, allowing you to take the shield.
Well, there goes all my winnings for the last week.
Well,
I go and
All
pick
to a
it up,
good
easy
cause.
come, easy go.
and then I
Yeah.
will cast Lesser Restoration once again on it.
Do you go outside this time?
Yeah, we gotta go
Yes.
outside.
Yeah, please do go outside.
Because I respect her.
Get us,
Yeah.
don't
Okay.
get us
Let me,
blacklisted from
with all
Freya's,
due
please.
respect, Daisy, calm your magical pants.
Yeah. Olive, you just watch as Daisy's about to cast a spell again, like right in front of you, while you're just
And I quickly
immediately
turn.
shoving her
Yeah.
out of the building, just like
No.
full on, almost hitting it ground. Freya
Dude
just
turns around. Go ahead.
smiles slightly.
Sorry,
Dude.
Freya. Lost in the moment.
Dude turns around. Thank you for your business.
Of course, of course.
Outside, I will do Lesser Restoration.
Yeah.
Cast
This is
Lesser
a little bit
Restoration.
work.
Yep.
You touch it, and you see the eye slowly beginning to open.
Morning sunshine. How I'm gonna cast comprehend languages first. and I'm gonna say, "Morning, sunshine." Oh, you probably won't talk to me. I probably have to get to know you first, huh? Okay.
The eye like switches around looking for the individual who's talking before you see the eye disappear from the front and reappear on the inside, now looking towards you.
Well, that's a creepy trick.
That's cool.
You see it blink for a moment before returning to the front of the shield.
This is gonna be weird.
You keep a hold. Who's holding the shield, by the way?
Olivia,
Daisy. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I bought it.
Who's got it? Who's got it?
Both of them
Olivia.
are holding
Because she
it.
bought it.
We're both holding it.
Okay. All right, Olivia, as
They're
you're holding
two-handed
on
with
to
two
the
different
shield,
people.
you feel a warm bond begin to rise across your forearm, and you have a feeling that if you close your eyes, you'll be able to see something else.
Yeah, I'll close my eyes.
You close your eyes, and for the time being, you are able to see through the eye of the shield.
With my
You
eyes
open
closed,
your
I'll
eyes
just
once.
say, "That's interesting."
As you open your eyes again, you feel as if the presence and the well-known perception of the shield is now conjoined with your own. You have yourself a sentinel shield. So
Done.
you don't need to attune to this shield, but while holding it, you have advantage on initiative and perception checks.
Yep. Sounds good. So I can have two shields, right? One on my back and one I actually use.
Uh, you won't get the benefits of both shields, but sure.
Right, but would I get the sentinel shield secondary effect and the AC of my +1 shield?
No.
Damn.
Try.
Hell of a try, but no.
All right, I'll figure out what I want to do with these.
All right. You all leave Freya's shop, now with possessions of your own. It is now a good solid mid-noon at this point, as you are all resting within respite.
I'm going to look for Harry since I did say I would be returning to see how he was.
Harry, I would believe that you are still awaiting Lisbon, correct?
Yeah, so basically, I imagine that like I watched him like wheel out this giant mechanical contraption, and then I kind of like waited for the awe and amazement, and then whenever I got a chance to talk to him, that's when I would.
Mhm. You take a moment for Lisbon to eventually make his way out of the back of the carriage. Some of the other observers and some of the other researchers and workers gather around him, giving small nods and approval, some giving small praises here and there. However, eventually, as the crowd begins to disperse, the dark eyes of Lisbon will look over towards the raised ears and will now take in your presence. Yes. Hello, Harry.
That's
Good to
uh,
see you once more.
that's quite a feat there. That's honestly very impressive. Just recall, did I point out any flaws in that, like, or was it pretty sound? I don't.
Apart from the occasional burst of flame that seems to be coming from the top nozzle, nothing else that's coming to mind.
I'll try to like word it like it's trying to be like beneficial. I'm like, oh, so like, what made you think like adding like a little like flame perk on top, or?
No, it is the exhaust of the can rock procedures. The fuel expels from there occasionally, however,
The, of course, innate properties of the cannon rock still has to come through somewhere. Why was it acting out? We have been seeing that as of late.
Yeah, it was kind of shooting some fire. I thought maybe it was like some defensive idea, maybe like defend access on the top, or like maybe to combat anybody that might climb on top of it. I thought it was a pretty unique idea.
Now, however, with future adjustments to the carriage, that could be an option. It is a good thing that I have taken you under my wing, Harry Harrington. You have quite the corrective persuasion around you. A quite fine eye, per se.
Just trying my best, looking to learn more.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm sure you're the same way. You always look to improve better yourself, and by helping people around you, you can do the same thing and benefit others.
I suppose you're here concerning our little agreement
Yeah,
before you left.
that is
Excellent.
definitely an interest. Curious to see how it turned out.
Please, follow. As he will quickly turn around and start making his way out of the warehouse.
Okay, I'll take and follow him as fast as I can.
Okay. You make your way out of the warehouse, following out to uh, a smaller gathering of tents that seem ornate and embroidered in multiple shines of gold, silvers, and bronze. However, you do notice that a lot of the individuals here are working on very pristine, very high tier looking projects. You can see one individual is working on a large silver-like glaive that has a etchings of flames along the top blade, while the pommel seems to have a bare rock level of ice that seems to be constantly re-freezing over at the bottom of the pommel. The second individual seems to be working on a longbow, however, much larger and longer than what you're used to, almost standing 5 foot tall in length. You can see mostly crusted out of a very pale looking wood, however, emblazoned and traced with details of dark greens and blacks throughout the entirety of the structure.
Uh, have I seen these buildings, or are these new? Like, have I just been casually ignoring them?
No, this is something you have not seen before, and this is definitely something new.
Okay. I'll be like, this is your new operations to get this out, or
These are temporary projects that we have been looking into over the past few months. Certain royals and other higher members of society from not only our lands, but the lands here, seem to find a fine interest in more magical property. Therefore, we allow our highest workers to provide these projects. In due turn, they are provided provisions and protections from such nobles, maybe even gathering amongst themselves as fine personal crafters for royalty themselves.
I imagine that's gotta give you a good penny or two.
Oh, yes, our procurements are in the thousands. You see him continue to walk on forwards.
I will follow him, taking in the everything around as we're walking.
You see him come up to a navy blue and silver embroidered tent. A few stacks of books can be seen on a singular desk on the side, as well as a few small bits of writing that you can see. Does Harry understand Elven?
Elven, I feel like no. No, I
You,
don't understand Elven.
you can see the individual word common here and there. You, however, do not recognize most of the language.
With my
You,
time
yes,
smithing and crafting and tinkering with like across the like I imagine I would recognize like I feel like Elven is very refined, looks very elegant, so I could probably guess that like
you would recognize it as Elven, but not recognize the contents of the letter.
yeah, about what I expected.
Mhm. You
Right.
see him step inside the tent, raising his hand to stop your progress from any further. Pulling open the curtain to step inside, you hear the sound of multiple locks going off. As soon the sound of a chest being opened, the sound of footsteps slowly returning as Lisbon, holding in his hands a pristine white looking pistol.
Like how solid is it? Is it mostly metal, mostly wood? Like what's the percentage of each?
You can see that it's probably a good solid, maybe 80% cannon rock and then 20% metal. You can see, even though the barrel itself is metal, the actual combined efforts and infusion of the cannon rock into the metal, ensuring that it does not blast from the combined uh, momentum of the material. You find it infused in most of this entirety of this weapon, apart from the intricate designs of the back. However, in the case of polarity, I will allow you to get a nice little picture.
I'll say you don't have to worry about a picture. I'm just trying to get an idea because I have the attachments I refined that I would like to inlay and incorporate into it if possible. I'm just trying to see an idea of if it's even possible that I might be able to incorporate, or if likely mod trying to tinker with this thing directly might just cause it to blow up in my face.
I'm putting it down in magic loot, so you should be able to see it now. I'll go ahead and put the details on that for a moment. However, so the range on that, I believe we've already covered. There is the Sentinel Shield.
That looks cool.
That's pretty cool.
So, let me just double check what we agreed to here. So the pistol is going to be a D8 of piercing and 1d4 of fire. The range is 175 and 600. And the misfire is a 1.
Okay.
Keep in mind, it is a single barrel shot. So it will cost your bonus action to reload.
Ooh. Does the gunner feat in effect in this game?
It will now.
Okay.
What's the 1d8? Is it piercing?
It is piercing, yes. He will also hand you a bag which jingle slightly with the sound of metal. You'll
I
need
assume
to procure your own ammunition in the future. However, I've provided you with some for now. 20 ball bearings of ammunition.
So it actually fires ball bearings. It doesn't actually require anything beyond that.
Apart from that, you will need to keep some cannon rock dust on your possession. A pound of which will be 5 gold pieces each. I will give you details on when you're running out. Now, I believe celebrations are in order. Do have a good day, Mr. Harrington.
You too. Go enjoy making everybody jealous of your masterpiece.
Of course. You see him cross his fingers over each other, arching the hands over his chest, and will make his way towards the warehouse.
Okay.
Harry, are you heading back to the group?
Yeah, that would be the plan. At least to head back where I last saw them.
As everyone is starting to make their way out and reconvene over the items that they have gathered, you find yourself back with the group. Harry returns with a pristine firearm in his hands.
I'll eat
As
you,
you all
Bunny. You
hear
finally
the
made
distant
it.
thunder.
That I did.
That the thing you've been toiling over for like the last 3 months?
Well, congratulations, Harry.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, Harry like pulls out the pistol, and like if you guys are like looking, you can like see him just like he's just enjoying it. Like it's like a kid on Christmas. He's just like eyes just staring at it. He's just enjoying every little aspect of it.
Well, we got that puppy, and I point to the waystone.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm glad you finally got it. Maybe now you're shut up about needing materials. Are you ready to go?
Oh, and Olive bought that, and I point to the Sentinel shield.
Oh yeah, for reference, DM, I gave the Sentinel shield to Daisy.
Okay, good to know.
And thanks to Olive as well. I kind of tap my new breastplate. I have this now. Thank you once again.
Yeah. If you're a little excited, I hear you can take it off real quick.
Hopefully that won't be necessary.
I don't know about you, but I'd say hopefully it would be necessary.
Hmm.
Ready?
What do you mean, Olive? Why would it be important if he's a fight? Why would it take it off?
Oh, come on now. You're a woman just like me. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I really don't. You see, Daisy's confused.
Dude just laughs and just shakes his head.
There's a female tiefling in at one point that there's a Kenku that you can talk to. She'll let you know what I mean.
Huh?
Yeah. Anyway, we ready to go now?
She's very innocent, but yes, let's go.
Okay. So it is currently noon. So the sun is up. Very hot right now. Are you guys wishing to head out of respite?
That
Why
was the
not?
thought, unless we had other plans. We're
Hmm.
headed towards the swirly storm of doom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I want to try something as we are living respite. I
All right.
will go ahead and cast Create Creatures and summon 8 giant owls and
Okay.
have them attempt to carry all of us for the next hour.
Okay.
Oh, do we know if the stone was fully charged?
You check the beacon stone that Freya gave you.
Yeah.
It is charged. Yes.
All right, and who's holding
carrying it?
on to it?
Yeah. Okay. That's
We
I
need to
wanted
clear
be
that
sure
up
of that.
before we leave. Are we gonna have
Who's-
Vannon hold it again like the last one?
Not it.
we could just throw it in the bag of holding too.
That would be preferable, honestly, so it won't break.
All right. I'll just assume I grabbed it from Freya and shoved it in the bag of holding.
That's fine.
All right.
I'll note it right now.
Yeah, if you put something in the bag
Alright.
of holding, everyone can edit the bag of holding in the journal notes. So
Yes.
it's the text within the bag of holding. So make sure you write it in there.
Alrighty. If we're leaving respite, I need someone to take the lead.
Dune will do it.
Harry, do you need to get ammunition for that thing?
Yeah, sorry, I'm currently trying to craft up the thing so I can actually add it and use it. So,
Oh, you're crafting it. Okay.
Wait, do you
Like-
use just normal ball bearings? Is that what I heard?
from what I see right now, or at least my understanding, I don't know if I can just buy a bag of 1,000 ball bearings and be covered forever.
Yeah, because
or
I have a bag of 1,000 ball bearings.
oh,
Well, there
great.
you go.
What you
Depends.
need is a powder.
Yeah, that's the thing. And by the way, when I said craft, I'm like that's above board. Like I'm crafting it for my character sheet right now, so I can actually have the item.
Yeah. Harry already has ammunition,
Okay.
which
Well,
are
how
the metal
much?
bearings. You have 20.
20. I can have 1,000. 1,000 is way better. That's what I'm
Yes,
asking.
but those ones don't fit.
So
Ooh.
it is a custom sized ball bearing.
Yes. These
Okay.
are ammunition that you will need to make or procure for yourself.
Custom tooled rounds.
So with my own, with like if that's the case, that's what I was wondering. That's why I was asking about how it was if it was just regular ball bearings.
Mhm.
One of the early things I would like to do then is to try like one of my early goals is going to get to create some type of mold so that I could mass produce this ammunition if I have the materials. So
You could probably do that on the way back. Given that everyone's gathered up, unless you want to wait another day.
I guess I'll meet up with everyone for now.
Alright. Alright. So, Dune is leading the charge tonight, it seems.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Dune, give me a survival check, please.
All right.
And then roll me a d20. $11. Okay. So a 10 and an 11. Get to move you guys back on over here. Go back to respites and put you guys on down. Making your way over. So, as you start coming up to the end of the day, Dune leading the charge forwards, the continuation of the large crimson thunderstorm building as you start to get closer and closer throughout the day. You can see on the corner of your vision as the sun begins to go down what look to be 3 or 4 individuals, one much larger than the other 3, that seem to be slowly waving back and forth like a mirage, getting closer and closer, heading towards the east.
Do they look familiar whatsoever?
They do not. From this distance, you're not entirely sure what. However, you do recognize the creatures to be relatively thin. They seem to sway as they move and are bone white in color.
Do they ring any bells?
If you're proficient in Arcana or Nature, you are free to roll.
Okay.
Nope.
I am not.
I am proficient in nature.
Only Dune is proficient in Nature or Arcana.
That's weird.
I already got Arcana, so.
Okay, I was about to say, we got some
Yeah.
spellcasters in here. Okay. Vannon, you do not fully recognize it. Dune, you've seen one of these creatures before. However, not in the bone-like state that you have now come to recognize three of these individual creatures.
Mhm.
You have seen one that has been alive for a time. You're familiar with the sentient beings known as Naga.
Right.
However, given the natural state of some decaying matter and some civilization, you have a general idea that when particular Naga expire, they like to keep their undead forms around to ensure their progress in research.
Kind of like my clan would do.
Yes. However, you do not recognize the larger bone white individual that seems to be moving amongst them. This one, much larger, a set of multiple tendril-like entity grasping limbs that seem to be moving and swirling with every step that this large bone structure seems to be doing. You see the three smaller ones are moving forwards as if scouting ahead for the main big one.
Okay.
And they do not seem to have recognized you yet.
Those three smaller ones, those are Naga. I'm not exactly sure what the bigger one is, though.
Vannon, the moment that he mentions Naga, you do recognize the sound of the creatures. These are more serpentine creatures, very sentient and rather intelligent. You also do remember that they do have possession of spellcasting abilities. You're not entirely sure if those are brought into the afterlife with them, however.
Hmm.
I will say I have never seen them in this condition, but they are undead.
Rob, can I take a crack at the Arcana check for these things?
Sure.
Professor kind of squints his eye and looks. Nope, never seen him before.
Yeah, you have a genuine idea that this is not something you've come across in your books or research before. This is something new to the land, like many of the creatures you've seen here.
Okay.
So what are we gonna intercept them, or are we going to? We're just gonna, not deal with them.
Honestly, preferably just leave them be.
I agree, but I don't know what these things are. So
I don't know, it couldn't hurt to kind of see a little more about it.
after you, by all means.
They will continue on
They're walking away from
along
us,
the
right? Or they're
horizon.
walking toward us.
You are heading towards the southwest. They are coming from the west and heading.
So they're going to cross us.
They will cross you, yes.
And we have no idea what the bigger one is.
You have no clue, but it is much larger than the three smaller ones that you can see. And
Like 3 or 4 times, or just like maybe twice as big.
possibly twice as big from what you're seeing here. And Dune, you do know, as well as Vannon, that these Naga can be rather large.
Okay.
They're basically coming from the direction of the storm, essentially, the storm cloud.
Essentially, they seem to
Okay.
be coming from the direction of the large mass of green vines.
Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, if we want to get to the bottom of what's going on here, perhaps we should confront them. Although I don't know up front what that's going to do for us.
Well, they're not our primary concern. We have other matters we need to go tend to.
Yes, and if we do encounter the hag with one less member and a diminished power, would not be to our benefit.
I agree.
Sure, but these things coming up behind us wouldn't be to our benefit either.
Yes, so we avoid them. We stay out of their way. We stay out of sight.
Yes, I'm only stating that we're essentially heading in the direction they're coming from. So if we let them pass, and then we go, and they turn around and head back, they'll be behind us. But I mean, I have no idea what the hell those things are, what they're doing. Not really looking to get into a confrontation.
Well, Dune, you seem to know more about these. Are they going to come back?
I couldn't tell you honestly. I know what they are, but I don't know much about them.
The size of the group to me suggests maybe a scouting party of some kind, which is
Well, those three Naga are scouting ahead for the big whatever this thing is. They're scouting ahead for it.
I say we let them pass, but that's me. I don't want to. This is not my. It's not what I'm after. My target, according to Roe, is we got a young dragon. Apparently,
Yes, that is our
Christ.
top concern.
and I don't know about you. I haven't really seen many dragons, but none of those four look like one.
Nope.
No, decidedly not dragons.
Yeah.
I only
Maybe
know of two dragons around Essrena.
Well, the consensus seems to be to allow let them to pass, so I'm not gonna. I mean, I've got no problem with that.
You continue onwards?
After they pass, yeah.
Okay. You wait for them to pass. However, as they seem to come to maybe a mile or so within your distance, you see one of them seem to filter off and seem to swirl and head in your direction.
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, all of you think it's our problem now?
You tell me. You know them. I don't know shit about them. You're from here. Ignored.
I guess we should
Ignored.
prepare to receive them, or just see what happens. I guess. Rob, are there any structures or anything near us, like rock outcroppings, or is this all just sand dunes?
You
Essentially.
can see that there is a fair amount of dunes nearby, a few rises in sand, maybe a little bit of an alcove here and there that you can see, but nothing that would immediately give you cover.
Okay.
All right, you guys, stay back. I'll see what's going on, and I'll start walking up to intercept.
Don't get too far
Okay.
away, right? You said he's about a mile off.
He's about a mile off for the time being, but
Okay.
does seem to be heading in your direction.
Yeah, I'll probably only go up maybe 50 feet in front of
Okay.
them just to give
Okay.
us a distance, but
Okay.
not be like half a mile away.
All right, so you're moving 50 feet ahead of the group.
Yeah, and then waiting for them
Fine.
to intercept.
Okay. You find this more now that you see getting closer serpentine figure. However, the front of the reptile skull seems to be completely bone and bleached. You see it slowly slithering out, almost standing a solid 7 foot tall, almost as tall as Dune, coming out of the sand and slowly swirling towards the group. This delightful creature.
Oh yeah, that's friendly.
Wonderful.
It's probably friendly.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
tough down.
definitely.
The sound hissing, echoing out, reverberating from the creature, much louder than normal, than what you'd recognize, as it seems to get closer and closer, the fangs out, dripping what seems to be the familiar signs of poison along the fangs that seem to
Good lord.
continue to scout along and push forwards.
I'm gonna ready.
You
Yeah,
give me
I'm ready.
a
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
perception check, Olive.
Sure. 6.
Amongst the bones, you can see rags of what used to be some sort of sentient creature, now mostly just jagged bone and dirt as it continues to scramble forwards. Will slow its motions.
Yeah, I'll kind
Seem
of put up my hands to like stop and be. We have no fight with you. We're just letting you guys pass. I don't know if you can
Right.
understand me.
Rob, is there a sand dune near me where the group is standing that's large enough to conceal me from this thing? Like within reasonable distance?
Sure. Give me a stealth check.
Yeah, I'm gonna duck behind that and then ready a magic missile if that thing attacks Olive.
Well, Olive, I need you to make me a
Ooh.
wisdom saving throw, please.
8.
You feel as the creature looks in your direction, the breath echoing out towards you as the reverberations of the sound of the voice seem to freeze you in place. Your body goes rigid, your body freezes, unable to
Is
move.
that a disease or poison?
No, it is not.
Okay. Can I speak?
You feel like you'd have trouble speaking, but be able to do so. The rest of you, however, you saw what seemed to be some sort of reverberated breath out towards Olive as you see her simply freeze in place.
Then
Can
I am
can I
going
count?
to verbally cast Misty Step and teleport 30 feet back towards the group.
Does
Okay.
that count as
Seeing
an
that Dune is
attack?
going to just. Oh, go ahead.
Does that count as an attack?
You're not entirely sure. You saw
Okay, that's fair. That's
you're
fair.
not entirely sure. You saw Olive move up. You see the creature breathe out towards them, some sort of unknown force going over her, and she freezes in place, only
Okay.
then to buff back in a burst of feathers and ghostly white aura for the creature to quickly hiss out in your direction and quickly dive back towards where the others were.
Huh.
Yeah, I can't move.
Oh,
I don't know what the
I'll
hell
let the
that
restoration
was.
olive.
Professor calls from behind the dune. Olive, are you okay? No, I guess.
I don't know what that was about. I can't move. It just breathed on me and then looks like it just GTFO'd. That's incredibly rude. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not the
The
nicest.
moment I let the restoration set, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's run.
Yeah, the moment you cast that restoration, Olive, you feel your movement return. You're able to relax once more.
All right. Thank you.
You
Sorry, go ahead.
all hear from the distance the collective sound of hissing.
Yeah, I'm gonna remain
I
hidden.
will cast Conjure Animals, summon 8 giant owls that will grab us and take us away.
Okay. And you're heading in the same direction as the thunderstorm, correct?
No, back towards Respite.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Yeah, no, we can't go back, right?
No, if we had... fine. If the party wants to go, the owl would have started to go towards Respite and then turn around towards the thunderstorm.
Okay. Mark off another one of your spell slots.
God.
Yeah, I don't know why you're
Yep.
burning through spell slots, but we can't wait. Like, this is
Because
something we
not
have
to
to take
fight
care
these
of.
things.
We're
Well,
not
I
fighting
mean, you
those
could
things. We're going to the storm.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're gonna go straight there. We can just finish walking that way.
If they caught up, it's a fight. Daisy's not gonna risk it.
Okay, so are the owls being summoned or not?
Daisy is going to do this.
Okay,
Regardless. It's what she wants to do.
so the owls are summoned. The group is lifted into the air and bolts towards the thunderstorm.
Since those
As you
animals
see,
last an hour, can I get a short rest in during that hour?
sure,
Sweet.
you just like go limp in on the back of the owl, just letting it do its thing. However, looking down as you're flying past, you can see the three bone-like Naga moving forwards. However, the collective hissing coming from the much larger individual is a much larger set of bones, as if the Naga were collected into a much larger collective form, as the stalk-like limbs now you can see are multiple heads moving and swishing around in the air. This is most likely a bone Naga Hydra.
It's Bonetron.
He's
Oh,
made that
boy.
up.
Right.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, a
As
little
you
bit.
guys fly over, the screeching echoing out into the air towards the winged beast as you fly over, and do not seem to be trailed by them.
Oh, that's good.
Sweet.
You look back, they will continue onwards towards the east, not recognizing your party as a threat any longer.
We never were a
As
threat, you jerks.
you move on down to see a familiar set of ruins and the large thunderstorm cracking out above it.
Yep.
What you do recognize as the moon begins to rise in night is that the swirling piles of dust are no longer there. However, the armored individuals do seem to be moving.
Why is it never just the
You
one
can
thing? By themselves? They always have
see
to have their armor.
slowly patrolling around sets of armor, rusted and mostly broken, however, seem to be slowly swirling around a familiar large urn that seems to be the source of this thunderstorm.
Well, one way or another, we need to get to that urn.
I will land us very far away.
Okay. Landing far away, the moon is up. Night is there as you feel the cold begin to settle in as another cracking of thunder can be heard from the large cloud above.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to attack us. Do we want to try to put a tiny hut here and hit it in the morning, or do we want to go tonight?
In the morning.
Sure.
Remember,
That's-
most of us humans can't see in the dark.
I'm with you. I can't see in the dark either.
Oh, right. Never mind.
Exactly. So, hut, we camp out, and then we go at first light.
Or let's do double watches just to be safe, though. Right? We can't. At least do
Alright.
one watch.
So Vanen will sit down and start doing his little magic to get the hut up as a ritual.
Okay. Slowly
kinda
moving
keep a-
around,
I will
maintaining
take
the
the
ring.
owls and dismiss them.
Okay.
Let's keep a
The
watchful
owls are
eye
dismissed.
as Vanon's
it.
doing that. Just like head on a swivel if something starts approaching us.
All right. Give me a perception check, please.
Okay.
Uh, who has first watch?
I'll take it.
I'll take it as well.
Okay, so Dune and Daisy.
I'll take a second.
I just need
Alright.
4 hours so I can take the last 4 hours.
All right.
Sure.
So Vannon will be taking 3 and 4. Whoever wishes to join him.
I'll be on. Because each watch is 2 hours?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll be on 2 and 3.
2 and 3. Got it.
I'll take last watch.
Okay. So this should be it. There we go.
Yep.
So first, then second, third, fourth. Okay. So everyone starts to settle in. The den goes up. So tiny hut is up. You all are protected while within it. Dune and Daisy. Sure. Number 1, give me a perception check, please. Daisy, as you look up, you can see that the clouds have indeed grown since the last time you've been here. From before, it was just going over the ruins. Now you can see that the clouds have gone a good solid mile radius either way. You can see the occasional clash of crimson fiery thunder coming from up above. However, nothing else seems to come to eye. Second shift, Harry and Olive, I need perception check, please.
Shit.
24. Harry. A moment of your time.
Later, nerds.
Ooh.
Too bad Dan stepped away. I was gonna be like, hey, can I use your shield during my watch?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he still hasn't given us the XP for the arena fight.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. He didn't.
Of course you did.
I
I just wanted to
haven't.
bring it up. I'm all about XP. Just we started playing.
Yeah,
Oh, me too.
yeah, I won't bring it up till after, obviously.
Yeah.
But with that arena fight, plus if we get into another fight, that might actually tip me into level 6.
So yeah, same with
Right.
me. Same with me.
It'll probably all the originals are probably gonna be 6. Vanin might be 6. Or no, Vanin was behind. So me, you, and Harry would probably yeah. Vanin missed a sesh,
Oh, that's right. Okay.
so he's slightly behind us.
Yes.
Well, assuming we all had the same amount of XP, which we don't, but I'm just using that as a baseline.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm assuming we each have slightly different amounts of XP.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
pretty much on
But
the
I
same.
don't think they're vastly different.
No, huh?
So, yeah, assuming we do a fight the dragon, if we fight a dragon or the hag or all three, then yeah.
Yeah, that dragon, the size of that thing, it could literally like step on someone and just kill him outright. I can't imagine.
I don't believe
what
that's
he'd
the
be
right
able-
size. Like he said, young dragon. That's an adult dragon.
Yeah, dude, that thing was
No.
At
huge.
least, if not ancient. So I don't think he got the scale right, unless the person on top is a halfling child. Like,
That's some
No, it might be a child because
roughly.
then they still stole the child.
that's fair.
That's true. He said roughly the same
It
scale.
was a
so.
half-elven child.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Let's see. Vannon,
Yes.
can I get a perception check, please?
Did you
Um,
say? What'd you say? Oh, perception?
Perception, yes.
I didn't hear.
I
Thank you.
Olive's on the watch with you, by the way, right?
Yep.
So I'd point out, I'd kind of like call out to you and point out over toward this mass of clouds. Hey, there's it's like a watching face, like looking at the ground and the sky. I don't. It's. I'm trying to like point out where it's at.
Yeah, there's this word. I'm not great with words, but there's this word where you see like human faces in everyday objects. I'm sure you're fine. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see anything, Harry.
Just know something or someone is looking.
I mean, do you want to wake everybody up?
Um, no, I don't think we can wake everybody up.
All right, just keep an eye on it, and if it gets closer, then maybe we do something. But I think we're good, Bunny. Well, we're not good. We're good in here.
All right. As the third shift comes around, there is no further change. Just the continuation of deep thunder cracking out into the air. The clouds slowly swirling around both of you.
I would have pointed out to Vanna where Harry said he thought he saw a face looking at us in case he sees something, but I still don't see shit.
You look up, Vannon.
Yes.
It's just a bunch of angry clouds.
I shake my fist at it. I'm angry too.
Yeah.
Olive, you find your rest. Adwin, perception check, please.
Roll high.
Adwin, a moment of your time.
Later, nerds.
Bye. It's like Meepo singing Angry Sun God all over again.
I know, right?
But if anybody wants to know the word, it's pareidolia.
That's a word.
Yeah. It's where you
That's a
see
word.
faces in everyday objects.
Yeah.
Or humanoid things. Like if you see like a wooden post that looks like it's smiling at you because it has some weird knots in it, Olive doesn't know that word, but Parkless knows that word. It's really just the that you see patterns and stuff, but usually humanoid features.
Yeah.
Like the chair that you throw all your dirty and clean clothes on looks like a stranger in the night.
It always get you too.
Yeah. Pareidolia, there's your random word of the day. Oh yeah, Dan, you missed it. I was gonna be like, hey Daisy, can I use your shield for my watch?
You
Like,
just go, you grab it from Daisy. You're like, she won't know.
yeah, I mean,
Let's put it back. Put it
dude, you
back.
don't need to attune to it. Just pick it up and use it. Like,
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
as long as you can use shields, should be fine.
Yeah, and we're both the shield wearers in this party.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, with that armor that Hectic got, he is now at my AC. Like,
17, right?
yeah,
So
That
good.
is good for
yeah.
me.
Very.
He went from 14 to 7, well, 15 to 17, but basically 14 to 17.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I was debating on getting the breastplate myself, but I think it only puts me up 1
Yeah.
because it's 14 plus my 1 dex is 15 plus my plus 3 shield is 18. So yeah, it only give me 1 armor. So I'm really looking for a half plate.
It was weird. I was looking for it in the comment section, and I was like, "Oh, do I have to click magical?" Maybe for some reason, and bam, there it was. I was like, "What the hell?" Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's magical.
I didn't know that.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Professor, you look up. You see that as sun slowly begins to rise on the horizon, there is no other changes.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely troubling. Just can finish out my watch and wait for everyone to wake up.
Okay. Everyone gets the benefits of a long rest.
Yay!
If
Did
you
you
have
say that's
exhaustion, you
troubling
may
out
take them
loud?
off.
Yeah, but I think
Um,
only Vannon would have heard me at the moment because he's the only one who was up.
No, I would have heard you. You would have heard me
Oh.
mumble. What?
Kind of look over in your direction, and then you see my
I
gaze
look
go
like
back
I'm
into the
asleep
sky.
though.
Oh, I'll just kind of say to her hush breath, that giant face in the clouds there.
Not you two.
Okay. As I look at Vannon, has she been sleep talking all night?
I don't think she's really asleep.
Oh. What do you mean? Oh, me too? What do you mean?
Yeah, Harry said he saw that. Told Vannon.
Oh.
I didn't see shit.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that that is the face of the child that was sacrificed. I can't confirm that, but I think that's a pretty good guess.
I won't respond after that until we wake up.
everyone wakes up. You are all awake, conscious. Harry and Professor, as the sun hits the clouds, you look up and the face is no longer there.
Okay. The clouds are still there, though, right? Just the faces.
The clouds are still there. The thunder still continues to roll and boil as the occasional red bolt of lightning hits the ground on the horizon.
All right. Oh, up and at 'em.
Yeah, are we up or we got? Oh, okay.
We need to get this taken care of. He cracks his neck as he wakes up.
That's the kind of enthusiasm I like to see.
Well, the thing inside of me wants to pick a fight.
Fair enough. And I point over toward the ruined temple area. There's shit over there that wants to fight.
Oh, Bun. Apparently, the professor saw that face you saw, so I guess you're not crazy.
No,
Yeah, you
I
thought
know
that?
it was. Why are you suddenly doubting my vision? I don't.
I'm not. I just told you I didn't see it. That's all.
Oh yeah, Daisy. I want to confirm with you. You said you heard something about a half-elven child, a girl that went catatonic. And
I
the rest of it?
saw her. Yes.
Okay. I have reason to believe that was the child that was sacrificed, and that
You
was
don't
her
say.
face. And well, that was her face in the clouds too. I'm almost certain of it. I mean, I can't confirm that.
Where?
It's gone now.
Are
Daisy
you
saw it,
sure
and I
about
saw
that?
it. Oh yeah, there's a definite face looking to the ground.
I look up at the clouds.
Give me a perception check.
If the man said
You
it's
just want
gone.
to use your shield.
Maybe.
Even
that's
with
right.
the shield, you do not see a face amongst those clouds. They move, they roll, but you do not see a face.
Daisy,
Really?
if the smart man said it's gone, then it's probably gone.
You really saw a face up there.
Two people said it now, so and I always trust Harry because he's got much better eyesight than I do. That's why I stick with him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Let's
do
go
this.
find out for ourselves, shall we?
Let's take the stealthy approach.
Okay.
All
If we're
right.
going for the stealthy approach, I need everyone to roll me a stealth check. You see, this is the rolls I'm expecting you to roll.
Yeah, the
Oh.
tooth.
Throwing salt in my game.
Like I would add a d6 to it, but I don't think even that would help.
No.
Like
Can I add a
for
d6
That's up
to
to
it?
you.
even-
I'd like to add a d6 to it. Can I do that?
you know, I'll add a d6 to it. I don't think it's gonna help too much, but yeah,
Oh Christ!
that's about right.
All right.
So our average
So,
is what,
since
like
everybody else can
12?
ask, can I add a d6 to it?
Sadly, no.
Just at a
Why
glance.
not?
Just at a glance, our
Have you
average
died
is
and come back?
12.
No.
Oh wow, I was close.
So a
Damn.
solid 12.
I don't like these odds.
Don't either.
See here. Okay. So moving closer to the rooms, you can see that a change has also happened during the change from night and day. As you can see, getting closer as you move up towards the ruins, the pieces of armor that were moving during the nighttime are now stationary and remaining on guard in different places amongst the ruins.
Okay. Daisy, just out of curiosity, can you dispel magic? Is that something within your ability?
Well, not at the moment. I did not prepare such a spell. I don't think I even could.
Okay, I'm just curious if perhaps the magic animating that armor could be dispelled, but if you ain't
No,
got it, you ain't got it.
I did not come prepared to dispel things. I came prepared to prevent the undead from doing things to us.
Fair enough.
So, given the situation, you guys are moving on up. I'm guessing you're staying further back. Or are you getting closer?
To my knowledge, we're going in. We got to find the source
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah, we're going
Yeah.
in.
Get closer.
I'm
Okay.
gonna be to the rear of the group, though.
Being wary of the statues as they were alive during the night.
Okay.
Yeah. Try not to disturb them.
In that case, I'm
Yeah, I'm gonna
going to
be
select-
by Harry.
Okay. So, for the time being, I'm gonna move you guys to a different map. Because things can happen here.
Damn.
For some reason.
Nice to meet you. I am Bob. What is your name?
Shit, there, yeah.
Who gets it? Whoever gets it, reference gets it.
Bob shakes the armor's hand.
Bob will ring the bell.
Bob will ring the
Oh,
bell.
ring the bell. That was
Call
so
for
good.
ring the bell.
That
Man,
was
why don't
so
I get to know any
funny.
of the inside jokes? Ah,
I mean,
Oh yeah, there is a bell hanging over the urn.
Oh,
Just a
okay.
friendly heads up.
Then
Oh.
Bob will definitely ring the bell.
Bob will ring the
It-
bell.
if Bob was in this campaign, Bob would have gone and rung the bell and said hi to the
No
armors.
concern about anything else. Just straight to the bell.
Straight to the bell.
Unless Hilaria said otherwise.
Yep.
Actually, in this situation, Bob would sentry up in the middle of the area and then 360 swivel his head as a security camera.
True.
And
A
then
very
take the
Bob
dodge
thing to do.
action.
Take the
How
tail
do-
action.
In Roll20, how do I edit my name again? What do I got to do?
Go to the gear in the top right.
Yes.
And then you should see personalize and display name.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Bob was really fun to play.
Bob was amazing.
It's funny, I had a completely different thought of how to play him, and then we actually started, and then I just flipped it, and like, you know what, he's just gonna be Baymax. Like,
It was,
It was
I-
so good. Like,
so good. I
oh my
watched it.
god. Like, it was
Perfect.
just that moment where you realized, like, yeah, this is it. This is Bob.
yeah, this is Bob. He originally had no name, and then Celeria's like, no, this is my battery operated bodyguard. We're gonna call you Bob.
Bob likes his new name.
You may move yourselves within the white square.
Holy shnikes.
So
This
there's
is
5
Big battle
statues.
map. Hell yeah, that's pretty cool.
Do you mind going to the front? Alright.
I can go anywhere in this white square.
Yeah, anywhere in this white square.
Anyway, man.
Just keep in mind, walls are there. So vision will be
I
blocked.
will ask Daisy before I lock in this position. Would you like to be closer?
I would like you 25 feet closer.
Wait, why is there a circle around Daisy for me?
Oliver, are you okay with that as well?
I am next to and in front of you. So wherever you position yourself is where I will
Is there
be.
a place that you would like to be for better
There you go.
interactability?
No, I mean you're fine. I'll change what I do based on what you do because you don't know about this yet.
So Daisy has light. Okay.
Yeah. She has light on herself. Let me drop that real quick. There we go.
Okay. I still have. Oh, I was going crazy.
So, if everyone's locked in,
Yep.
for the time being, you're allowed to move as if you were on initiative. So let's roll for that real quick. Because depending on what you guys do can change what happens here.
Everybody always higher initiative than me.
For note,
Thank
the
you,
scene
Park.
before you.
You're welcome.
A set of large ruined stones set amongst a small set of walls. A singular rounded set of walls in the center surround a urn raised and placated on top of a singular pillow. The urn itself is adorned with all sorts of draconic and arcane ritual runes that seem to be surrounding the entirety of the urn itself, as well as rings of runes surrounding the raised dais, as the runes have been etched within the sand around it. You can see 4 pillars, each of which are giving off the same dark red energy that seems to be filing up towards the sky. Each of them guarded by a set of heavy-looking armor, rusted over, that seems to have been here for centuries upon centuries. You can see 4 pillars, one with a gauntlet, one with a coin, one with a flaming ball of fire, and the last with a sword.
Which one has the flaming ball of fire?
This one here.
The one on the bottom left.
The one on the bottom left is the one with the ball of fire. The one on the top left is the gauntlet. Top right is the coin. Bottom right is the sword.
Hmm.
So, starting from the top of initiative, Professor, you may do as you wish.
Is it possible to delay my entire turn, or is it just one held action?
You can delay your turn. It will mean that your entire turn is delayed in the turn order.
Would that be
So
just
if
for?
it-
Oh, go ahead.
So technically, you'd be lowering your initiative for whatever combat that might come about. Not just this turn.
For every
It would
turn.
have to be for every turn.
Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to. You know what? I'm not going to move. I'm just going to. I don't really want to burn a wild magic slot. So just get out the crossbow, and if anyone comes under attack, just open fire on the attacker.
Got it. Harry,
Uh,
My feet, perfect.
it seems like right now we're setting up an ambush, right? Just gauging the room.
it would seem that way.
I'm going to take and line up a shot with my longbow start. So I'm gonna hold an action on the nearest one for a fire, an attack with the trigger being release of the first shot. Release like once we start combat, basically once we actually attack into them, or we're detected, I should say.
Okay.
Well, wait, can I have multiple detections?
You can certainly try.
The trigger will be once it seems like an engagement has begun.
Yes. Okay.
That's how to word that.
All right. Daisy.
All right. Well then, so I will go ahead and cast a second level aid on Olive, Dune, and myself. Actually, which will require me to move.
Yes.
What are you adjusting our max HP by?
There you go.
Plus 1,000 bonus XP.
So +5 to max.
At level 2?
Yep.
Alright.
Because my level 3s might be very important.
It's 3 people, right? You can get 2 more people. That is Olive.
Olive, Dune, myself.
Oh, okay. I just heard. Oh, I don't know what the hell I'm thinking. Okay.
It's all good.
Oh, you got Olive on the brain, Professor?
No. Sir looks away.
Love is in the air.
That's that.
All right. I will go ahead and use this for the time being. Oh, never mind. I've got that ready. Go for that.
Which one do you want? The bear? Yeah, that works.
There we go. We'll go with a barrier. Okay, so that's Daisy's turn. Vannon, you're up.
Can I tell what this is right here?
This
Not
here is the pillar.
That's the pillar. Okay.
That
Sorry,
there
this is
is the pillar with the flaming
Okay.
wall on it. This here is a 20-foot tall ruined wall.
Okay. Can
Pillar
I
with
target the pillar?
Nice.
You can.
All right. I'm going to fire a firebolt at the pillar.
Okay.
Nice.
It's 120 feet, so I should hit that dang range.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an attack, please.
Okay. Crit.
That hits. Yes.
Nice.
Roll damage.
All right. I still had to double that. So I rolled it again.
Okay, so we'll go ahead. Oh no, it did do the double.
It doubled.
Oh no,
did?
double 5.
No, I already
So-
have 2 bolts. So it already has
So
2d10.
11, so double that. So 22 points of fire damage into the pillar. As
Yes,
you
into the-
throw your hand out, you see the flame shoot into the pillar and immediately be absorbed. As you hear a growling howl coming from the urn. Unnatural and monstrous in nature, as you see slowly unfurling from the top lid what seems to be a gathering of sand and coin beginning to build from underneath it.
So, in other words, Dune, you go for the one that has the fist, because I'm guessing you have to punch it. We have to stab the one that has the sword on it, and we have to throw maybe coins at the other one.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
what you say, so yeah, I can do a couple of that.
I can punch the shit out of something.
So go punch that pillar.
Okay. So, in that case, this activates essentially the start of combat as you
thought so.
see the pillar absorb the energy as the pieces of armor all activate, activated by some unknown entity, as the sand and coin from the urn begins to gather and build into an entity of its own.
Pillar look damaged at all after he did that?
The pillar?
Yeah.
You give me an Arcana check, please.
Ooh. There we go.
You can now see that where the hold on, I need to start checking what actual initiatives you guys got because it's double initiative here and I forgot to actually clear it out. Let's see. Initiatives were 13 for Dune, which I got, so that goes away. Professor did get that nat 20, so that's good. Vanning got the 20. Daisy got the 20. Good to know. Wait, Daisy got a 20. Wow.
Yeah, that shield is helpful.
You don't see that often.
Yeah. So get rid of that 13. Harry got the 21, so I can drop that 16. And Olive and Dune got 13s. Okay.
And I'm going for Olive.
You.
Those are the ones. There we go. Okay. Oh, Dune's going before Olive?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a higher dex.
Usually I like having both you choose whoever goes first, but if you want to
Oh,
go
okay.
first.
Well, we did choose.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
So, in that case, let me just do that so all of them are there, and we can throw these guys on the board.
What was what I exactly pick up from the Arcana check? Kind of cut it off there.
Yeah, you can recognize that after doing that particular damage to the pillar, you see the connection that is rising up towards the thunderclouds seems to be weakening from that pillar.
I'll definitely call that out to everyone.
You can see that now that there are 5 connections within these ruins.
It's
One to
working.
each of the pillars, and one to the bell that hangs above the urn.
Okay. Must weaken the pillars.
Let's see, so we get this one and these ones. Let's see. So,
Since they are angered spirits, I assume like we're able to proc our attacks now.
yep.
I didn't. I held mine specifically for if someone was attacked, so I can't do anything unless.
So, as Vannon casts the spell, you see all of the pieces of armor begin to bolster up and come alive. A swirling of coins and sand beginning to build from the urn itself
Coins
as coins and
and sand.
sand from the
Okay.
urn.
All right.
A swirling mass of tornado metal and sand, creating a dangerous tornado-like fusion in center. Vannon, that was your turn to send the firebolt. Daisy.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, you just did your turn to do aid. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I
Yeah.
got a turn. Let's go.
The angered spirits will immediately move. Okay, let's see.
Essentially, that thing in the middle is like this realm's equivalent of one of those cash booths that people step in and it, like blows wind and money all around.
This looks to more be like a ceremonial urn that was given ritualistic gold is now turned into a golem-like creature that is now attacking you.
Okay.
You're right. It's just very angry.
In a way, yes.
It's an angry cash booth.
Yes.
There you go.
Let's see, and it will move out from the urn, and that will be its turn for the time being, I think. Yeah, that's all the turns. Dune, you're up.
All right, shit's going down, so it's time to let the beasts come out to play a little
Whoa.
bit.
Phrasing.
What?
Nothing. It was a sex joke. Go ahead.
No. Anyway, I'm going to rage.
Okay, raging.
And once I start raging, I'm going to go after the closest set of armor, which is about here, which
All right.
is in my movement speed because I now have 40.
Yep.
And I am finally going to make 3 claw attacks.
All right.
So the first one will be 21 hit.
21 hits.
For 11 points of slashing damage.
All right.
The second
Scraping
one,
across the metal, impacting and seeming to take the damage.
does it seem to like does it like tank the hit, or does it like just normally
It
like
just took it.
okay,
No resistance. Seems to have taken the full blow.
sweet. Okay, second attack. It's an 11.
Miss.
Okay, the third one, an 11 again.
All right.
Those
Sally
are
will
these
both
points.
miss. The first time impacting, feeling the crunch of metal. The second time you try and drag your claw back out, but with the momentum, find yourself off kilter and unable to fully take advantage of your extra attack. Is that your turn?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay. Olive, you're up.
So, out of curiosity, has my held action gone off yet?
Yes. Any held actions will go off now. So we'll do that after Olive's turn, before theirs.
All right. Action. We are going to cast Blur on ourselves.
Ready?
And yeah, that's it.
All right. In that case, Harry and those who are holding your held actions, which would be the professor and Harry, go ahead and roll your attacks.
Okay, mine would definitely be against the one Dune's engaged with.
Yeah, that was the one that was close to me, and also was who I was aiming at.
All right. Both of you roll your attacks.
Harry, you go first. I'll go after you if you want.
15 to hit.
15 sadly misses as it impacts against the side of the rusted plate armor. You can now see that these guys have a little bit of weight to them.
Ooh.
22 hits.
Okay, we'll do the damage. I'm going to be inflicting wounds, of course.
All right.
We'll do not great damage and not great damage again, but sequential 2, 3, 4.
14 points of damage as you see the energy shoot into the side of the armor. You see it impact and still maintain its structure, but does look a little weakened.
It manages staggered a little bit, basically.
It looks wounded, per
Okay.
se. It is now their turn. This one is going to start making his way up. Will start to move towards you, Professor.
Okay.
All right. This one here is going to focus on you, Dune, as these
Alrighty.
ones will begin to move up. And he will attack you twice.
All right,
So that will be a 14 to hit
that'll miss,
New
and
breastplate.
another
Huh?
14.
and that miss as well.
Is that new breastplate putting work in right now?
Oh yes.
Nice.
Excellent. A fine little bit of armor to help you on your way.
Good
Woo!
night.
Both of those miss, and you do
right.
not take the hits. This one here will stay as he is. This one here will stay as he is. Professor, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna glance over at Vannon and say, why don't we go over by the others? And I will proceed to 5 and 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna stop right there. And I've seen Vannon use Misty Step before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Professor's gonna pause here, take aim at that same one he shot at before, the one engaged with Dune.
Shit, you want to put your head in the sand?
I think that one that was running straight at me would notice me if I were to do that right now, and it'll work to my detriment. Yeah, we'll try to hit it with a magic missile.
All right.
No.
Roll me a D100, please. You want high.
Fuck, it was almost a 90.
That's why halflings are awesome.
And that was with the magic missile, correct?
Magic missile. You know, I almost
Okay.
did another inflict wounds. I really wish I would have at this point. But...
Go ahead and roll me a new attack, please.
Oh, Dune, I am so
You
sorry.
better miss, motherfucker.
Dune, I am
You
so
won't.
sorry.
Better miss.
No, from Ivan's game, once I am aiming at a teammate, I never miss.
He usually
We'll
rolls
see.
really well too.
Oh, I missed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
I was about to say, just ask Minigard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Minigard got it bad.
Minigard was a princess.
You shoot out and you think for a second that it's about to hit Dune, but you see the claw move up and deflect the bolt out of the way.
If Dune looks back, I just give him a thumbs up and then point at Vannon. And
I
then,
just- Dude, just like a snarl at your direction. Then he goes back to what he was doing.
yeah, I
Dude
am
will remember
going
this.
to- I'm going to. From what I saw, that armor it basically moves at like kind of regular humanoid speed, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's. You say Anakin Misty. So they can get right over here next to me. Okay, so I'm gonna bonus action Lesser Haste. You go 5, 10, 15. I don't want to leave him. If you move 30. Misty Step's 30 feet, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so you can get all right. I'm not gonna go too far ahead. I want to wait up for Vannon, and that's a turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, this creature of coins and sand will warp into the sand, melting into it, and will disappear, only to reappear over here.
Hey.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Daisy.
I
Daisy.
knew this
As-
looked familiar.
Moving up, a gathering of coins and sand shooting out towards you, Daisy.
Of course.
Some of the coins.
And let's see. So a 9 is going.
Misses.
Actually, that would be a 15 to hit.
Misses.
Okay.
Wrath.
And will slam down towards you with a 22.
Okay, that hits.
Actually, pretty
10
cool.
points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
That's
jeez.
pretty. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that stings.
And that will be his legendary actions.
Fuck.
Oh,
Harry.
wonderful.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
That's
Robin,
exactly what I wanted to
curiosity,
hear.
is that beam that was going to the sky, is that from this thing or is it coming from the urn?
It seems to be coming from the pillars and the bell that is hanging above
In
the
the
urn.
urn. Okay. I just wanted to make
Does
sure it
the
wasn't
fire
above this.
pillar still have a beam coming from it?
Yes, it does, but it seems weaker.
I called it out that you're weakening it. Keep it up.
Dune, actually from this distance here, you can actually see that there is writing on these pillars.
Is it in common? What language is it in?
You cannot see which language it is from this distance.
Okay, and I probably can't even repeat it out because I can't talk.
You can talk in very basic terms.
Okay. I've always wondered that if I could even talk normal while I was in this form or not. Okay.
Kindergarten level. Go.
Words. Point towards the words.
Harry, you heard that there are words on the pillars.
Cool. I don't have time to read. I don't know what
I
you
think
want me
you
to
know
do
what
about
to
that.
do now. I think you know what to do now.
And just to correct that I heard it. Words on the pillar.
All I said was all I did was point at the pillar. I said words. So
Words on the pillar.
I think you know
Okay.
what I have to do now, buddy. It's obvious.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to switch targets to the big man that is teleported in and fire a longbow shot at him.
Right, go ahead and roll your attack.
23.
23 hits.
We're 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage as you see the longbow arrow shoot into this mass of sand and coin. It does seem to impact the creature, but not as much as you'd think it would.
Gauging out the rest of the field. Only dunes engaged, and is this one seem to where this one does this seem to be aggressing this way?
It was moving toward me, and then I moved toward Daisy.
Okay.
I was standing like right here before I moved. It was basically coming straight at me.
Yeah, I'm gonna fire a second shot at it.
Okay.
Um. We'll do this one with sharpshooter. Why not?
All right.
fuck him up, Harry.
15.
15 misses. As you shoot, you see it clip against one of the bits of sand, however, does not seem to impact it at all from this shot.
As a bonus action, can I store, like, put the crossbow on my back? Or the longbow on my back?
Sure.
That's what I'll do.
Okay. On initiative 20, you all see what seems to be another piece of armor come from the ground, appearing next to where the urn was.
All right, the big guy's gone.
All right,
The guy disappears. Game over. No.
Ah, easy win.
As another one comes out, and we'll move towards the group. Vannon, Daisy, you're up. Who's first?
You can go ahead.
All right. Well, that was unexpected. So, action disengage. So that's the ruler, not the move. So I'm going.
Okay.
I move here. Then, as my bonus action, I will sanctuary myself.
Okay.
And say, gold thing, bad, hurt, ow! And that is my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, see, choose up to 4 creatures within 20 feet. So that
Oh,
will
no.
be Dune, and that will be the Professor.
Wonderful.
Didn't it have its legendary action already this turn? That was last turn.
That was last turn.
Okay.
Dexterity save. DC 15, or take 8 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone.
I have advantage
As
on this.
the sands underneath you immediately begin to build and move towards him,
Of course.
knocking both of you off your feet and taking 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
God damn it.
Oh, that's not too bad for me.
Vannon.
Well, I was going to walk over to Professor, but there's a big thing in the way.
Yes. Make them change a little.
All right, we'll still move that way. So Misty Step to you here, which I think is 30 feet. And then I was just measuring that out. So and I'm going to walk another 30 feet to basically right behind Professor.
All
Make sure I'm behind Professor.
Hello.
And then I'm going to cast Firebolt again at the pillar.
All right. Go ahead and roll me another attack, please.
23.
23 hits.
Beautiful.
Go ahead and roll some more
Beautiful.
damage.
8 more fire damage.
8 more fire damage. Let's see, the first one was 15.
The first one was 22, and this
11.
one's 8.
22, and this one's 8.
That's
As you impact it, you see the tether to this pillar disappear.
Nice.
And you see the writing on the pillar flash with flame and disappear. And the creature of sand and coin seems to have weakened.
Nice.
You see a magical
Nice.
veil that was protecting it from magical damage is now gone.
So Jack, this one was the
Sword.
Sword, right?
Top
Sword.
right was coin. Top left was fist.
this fist. Okay.
Yeah, too bad your
that's fine.
sword user is all the way on the other side of the map.
The angered spirits. Seeing you destroy one of its pillars, it's not particularly happy.
I would assume not.
You know what? It's gonna go over to the one that's currently on the ground right now. And within range.
Right.
So Dune.
Mm-hmm.
Advantage on attacks.
For now.
Prone.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for now.
Yes. Let's see. So 19.
That will hit.
Okay. So you are currently grappled by the creature.
Okay.
Does it have 10-foot range, or have you just not moved it?
Yes, it does.
It does. Oh, god damn.
Is that okay? 9 points of what kind of damage?
It will be bludgeoning damage.
Okay, cool. So that'd be
Let me change that.
5 or 4?
5.
5. Okay.
Oh no, 4. My bad.
Okay, cool.
And he will go ahead and see. Yeah, he is going to crush the foolish. You need to make a strength save or take another 15 bludgeoning damage.
Lord, this thing.
Okay, so you take half that damage, so reduced to 8.
Okay.
And is going to move.
Are you raging?
Yes.
So it's halved again.
Will drag you.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So it's actually
So-
Yes.
4.
Okay, never mind. Thank goodness.
And will shoot a tendril towards the prone professor.
Hooray!
21.
Oh yeah, that
13 points of bludgeoning damage.
fucking hurts.
And that will be its turn.
All right, so I will use my bonus action to go ahead and shift as well. Where did it go? Wow, how did I already lose it? There we go. And of
Just
course,
for a note, you are currently restrained within this creature.
okay. But can I still do a bonus action while I'm restrained or not?
Yes.
Okay,
You
so
just
I'll
have disadvantage on attacks and saves, I believe.
Yeah, and you failed deck. You have disadvantage on deck saves, and your speed is 0, and can't benefit from movement bonus.
okay. Wait, so okay, so well, I have disadvantage on dex saves, so and I already have advantage on it, so it just neutrals out. Okay, cool. So I'll do that, of course, and then I will use my action to try and break free.
Okay.
Come
Go ahead
on, don't fail
and-
me, dice. Thank God. Okay.
20 versus an 8. Yeah, that makes it.
Woo!
Actually, no. Size difference. So he would have advantage, which would make it a 21. You are still restrained.
Oh, the DC was a 15 though.
Yeah,
up
the
here.
escape DC is 15.
DC 15? Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. Then in that case, you're no longer restrained. You're good.
Cool.
I was just full of
Sorry.
ups and downs.
I'm
All
not.
the ups and downs.
If I use my action. I think I'm gonna stay right here.
Like,
All right.
stand up for your turn ends, maybe.
Would you like to stand back
Oh,
up?
I thought,
assumed you
okay,
meant
yeah, I'll
to.
stand back up. My apology.
I don't want to get too meta, but I
Actually,
assumed
yeah,
meant
you
to.
don't get. Do you? Because you can't move essentially, and you can't get any benefits from.
He broke the
moving.
restraint.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he's
the restraint.
broke free.
Okay, yeah, you can get up.
Okay, yeah,
I
I'll
think-
get up. That's half
I
my
think
movement speed.
I think you still can stand up while grappled. No, you just can't.
No,
Move
when you're
anymore.
grappled,
You
your
can't.
movement is 0, and it takes half your movement to stand up.
Oh, that's a
Mhm.
good point.
So if you have no
Okay.
movement,
math
you can't
hit.
do it. You have to break it.
And no, actually, I will. With the rest of my movement speed, I will just attempt to move up to here. And then if there's attack opportunity, I'll take it.
Yeah, he will.
Okay.
He will go for another grasp of the greedy with a nat 20.
Oh, Jesus.
Why would you move away?
So you will take another 5 points of
Jesus
bludgeoning
Christ.
damage, and you are now grappled.
Ouch,
Therefore, you are not
two.
away from.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Okay. Olive.
No, I know better.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and move closer to this thing. Gonna move here. Yeah, we'll move. Yeah, we'll stay there. And I'll go ahead, Eldritch blast the thing. 2 beams.
Got it.
Natural 1. You want to percent?
D100,
Yes.
please.
83. High I hear is good.
There we go.
No ill effects.
Perfect.
Continue on.
Second attack. A miss. Bonus
That
action. I am going to should have done this beforehand. Hexblade's Curse the big thing.
Got it.
That ends my
A
turn.
wisp of shadows and ghostly white aura beginning to build along the sand and coin.
Yep, and that'll end my turn.
Okay. The armor are going to move on up. This one will move here. just out of range, Dune, from that one.
Mm-hmm.
This one here is going to continue onwards towards the prone professor. This one will continue onwards down as well. This one is going to move there. Perfect. So, Dune, you got one on you.
Mm-hmm.
Will attack you twice.
Okay.
Not prone, even though you're not advantage, even though you are prone.
Right, because of my shifter. Woo!
7 and a 22.
Okay, so the 7 will miss and the 22 will hit.
5 reduced to 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right, I'll take that. Oop, shit, wrong number.
And you know what? Yeah. Before your turn, Professor, he is going to move and will again use 2 points to move the sands. Sands roll. Everyone within 20 feet, so that will be Olive. Dune's already prone, so you will have disadvantage. Adwin, you're already prone, disadvantage. And Vannon, you're up.
Fucking of
For a
course.
dex
God
save.
damn it.
Yeah. So that's 5. Okay.
So, no, you failed the save. Unless you have advantage, Dune.
Well, I did.
No.
I was supposed to have advantage on it, but
Yeah,
even
it
though
would
it's not
be
advantage.
5 total for you.
Yeah.
Professor, Professor, you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are prone again. So that's
Double prone.
double
Yep.
prone. You're brought into the sand. You are buried.
Hey, he did it.
Professor's not looking good.
Are you grappled or are you actually still
He's
able
just
to
prone.
move?
I can move. I'm just prone. Well, I just stand up, but then I can move.
So I don't know if we want to keep going because it's late and the fight just started.
Right. So, would people prefer us to stop at initiative here and continue on next week? Or would you prefer we finish combat now? Because
I don't
it
know.
has just started.
Yeah. I don't know about finish. I can go another
However,
couple rounds.
I could
My-
probably go for another round or two.
I could go for the other 2 rounds.
I'll
Okay.
go for as long as Rob has time.
I was gonna say my vote is for next week, but sounds like I'm outvoted.
Are you needing to head out, Park?
I mean, if you need to go, yeah, we can here if you need to go.
If you gotta go, you gotta. I don't want to keep you up. You
Yeah.
gotta sleep, man.
I was gonna say, I personally have to go to the office tomorrow, so like
Okay.
6 hours from now, I
So
have
I will
to
say
be.
yes. I need to head out then.
Okay. In that case,
Yeah.
we
Okay.
will continue on next week
Mm-hmm.
as we fight the urn and the contents of the ritual, and maybe possibly hunt ourselves a dragon possessed by a hag. We'll see how it goes, shall we?
Yeah.
Yes.
And KB, if you need help figuring out what your next character is, just let me know.
So, yeah.
Yes, sorry. Again, I should ask this now. Would you guys prefer if we started an hour earlier than normal?
I can do that.
I can do that.
I could probably do that too. Yeah.
Because I know that I've been making these very late as the weeks have gone on, and I'm not exactly the best at timing when it comes to combat. So, however, if you guys would prefer an hour earlier, I am down to do so.
wouldn't
So
mind
we
that, I
can
can do that.
actually make these times on, like actually end on time.
Mhm.
However, if not, I'll just try and compact them as much as I can.
I can do an hour earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up
I'll
for an
have
hour
to
earlier.
think about it.
Yeah,
I'll
I
let you
can do
know,
an hour
but
earlier.
more than likely, I'll message you.
Please do give me a heads up if there is anything that will change this. If there's any concerns about it, please give me a heads up and we'll keep to the maintained schedule. Otherwise, we will continue on next week and see how this little fight turns out.
All right.
Got some things to
All
figure out.
Thanks for
Sounds
the
good.
fish.
Thank
Yep.
you
See you guys
for
next
playing
time.
tonight. See you next time.
See you guys.
All right. Chat.
Later,
I'll
everyone.
catch you next time. Hope you all
Rob?
Have a
enjoyed.
good
And yeah, we'll
Thank you everyone
probably
for
be back
playing
on tomorrow.
tonight.
Have a
Rob,
good
I
night,
swear
chat.